Why? Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I am very late today. Sorry. Hey. Hope you're doing good. I am. A lot of things happened this morning, and yeah, I kind of want to just leave it at that for now, though. There is quite a bit of things happening this morning, and I kind of just want to play some of my comfort game. All right, so it's probably not going to be as, I don't know, who knows, right? But it is a game that I have been enjoying for a long time, actually, right? It is a game where I started playing last year, I think. Oh, I'm I'm orbed. Uh-oh. Wow. Hi, Mina. Hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Morning. Morning, morning. Thanks for the 35 stream streak. Oh my goodness, heck. I honestly feel exhausted from whatever, from a lot of things that happened just now. So it's also kind of why I kind of want to just do whatever game that I feel like I want to do, and apparently I feel like doing Dragonica. So, well, I mean, the game is called Dragonica, but the the current, I believe the Steam version of the game, which is absolutely shit, is called Dragon Saga. But it's shit, so I'm not gonna play that. The current version that I'm playing, it's a private server. It's called RE Dragonica, I believe. Yeah, RE Dragonica. So this one is like a private server, and it's a server that is available in Southeast Asia, meaning that I'm gonna play with no lag at all. So it's gonna be huge. And I've been able to sleep at all this night. I'm gonna try to pass out soon. Oh no. Well, I think there's not much gonna be happening this stream, so maybe that's gonna help you pass out a little bit. It is Friday though, so I don't know how much that's gonna like change the sleep schedule or anything. I oh yeah, speaking of sleep, another good thing is that I'm actually am able to get some good sleep last night, because I haven't been able to sleep properly because of me being sick and shit. But last night is like the first night where I'm able to sleep almost. Hmm? Oh my god! Wait, that fills the entire bar. Oh my god! What happened? Oh my god! 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 Thank you, mean. Oh my heck! Thank you. Thank. I'm sorry. I'm still a little bit like, still a little bit, a little bit sick, but just a tiny bit. I think after a few days I should be fully recovered. Finally, after like almost 3 weeks. Thank you, man. Oh my god. Monty. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna hide the goal now. Thank you. Thank you. It's just this is totally my blunder now, because last month I music I miscalculated my, and I miscalculated the amount for the insurance, so that's why I'm leaving the coffee goal out there. It is my blunder. I'll try not to do that again. I miscalculated my math boil. I cannot count carb. Can I court my... I'm blocking my camera. I have to put it in the middle and I block my camera for it. Goodbye. The big one.
Meow 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 meow. Kobo is a good girl. Meow 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 meow.
Huh? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, Evie. Am I getting pets? Maybe. Maybe. Are you though? I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know if I can handle a Dragonica while opening up so many things. I still don't get why OBS is taking like 30% CPU. Oh my god. Nick, hi Nick. 1%? Wow, meat is not dragon. Meat is very Kobo. Kobo friend. Hi Nick, welcome. Giant dragon to snack on the Kobo. Oh my god. Dragon? Ultra leap tracking is another 20%. OBS is somehow taking 30% for whatever reason. I don't get it. Oh, could it be this scene takes a lot because there's like multiple animating sources that's going on that's looping constantly? Oh, wait, we can check. It might be. It might be because of that. It went down a little bit. No, it's going up again. Okay, let me change scene here. This one should be a lot less. No, it's still taking this much. I guess it does go down. No. Nope. I don't get why. Hmm? OBS doesn't really take that much. Because inside my OBS it literally says 5.6 CPU. 5.7, 4.4%. But then over here it takes like 20%. Why though? Profile 5%. Some browser page is taking like 20%. What happens if I end that task? I mean, okay, look. I don't know what this process is. I couldn't tell because everything is the same. Why are there so many OBS browser page? I thought this is only like this is the one. Yeah, this looks like the main one that shows in OBS. I need Kobo powers come here. Why am I getting eaten? Oh no. EV 0% Kobo? Oh my god. Oh, 100% Dragon? Wow. I guess EV is Dragon today. 100% CPU? Yeah, for whatever reason, OBS decided to take like 30% of my CPU. There's one process here that I don't know what this is. So, it's very weird. I could try ending task. I don't think it's going to end the stream, or it might actually. Can I try that? I'm gonna try it. Because I don't know what this is. Alright, chat, I'm ending the task. If the stream dies, you guys know what's up, okay? Huh. So these are like the extra. Are these like extra for no reason? Unless some of my things is not working anymore, but it's no, it's working. Does spoil works? I wonder if it's like some sort of sound. And oh no, sound still plays. Does it though? I hear it. Do you guys hear the boop? Oh, it's a fireball. It's a fireball process. Yeah, it's a fireball sound process. Now any sound that plays. No, it plays. What? Is it just the boop that doesn't work anymore? I'm so confused. What the heck? It is just the boop. The boop is gone. I hear it. I don't know if you guys hear it. Yeah, yip still works. Do you guys hear the boop? That works too. No boop. Right, I hear it for whatever reason. But it doesn't play in... It plays on my end, but it doesn't play on the Firebot on the Firebot sound source. Oh, is it fixing itself? Something took like... Oh, was it the VTuber Plus that took that much? I guess it's physics with the milk, no? Yeah, it does go on a little bit on the GPU. Wow, wait, this is so interesting though. I never really thought about like looking at all these. I love to go through processes and see if we can turn some background stuff off. I mean, currently it's OBS taking the normal amount now. uh, VC Face and VTuber Plus looks normal, taking about 15. VTuber Plus taking 20% is a little bit weird though, but oh no, it's normal. VTuber Plus taking this is normal. So yeah, VC Face is like face tracker and VC Face itself. Yeah, I already turned on a lot, but my PC is like actually potato, so that's why it's taking a lot by itself. So on VC Face, I can actually just do this. Okay, so VC Face, I have everything set to shit. There's actually this height avatar that I tried, but it doesn't really change much. Yeah, it still take that much. So hiding avatar actually doesn't help for whatever reason. Kobo is a better potato. Well, yeah, but Chant, can I be absolutely honest for a bit? It has been hitting me for it has been hitting me a lot lately, this feeling. But lately yeah, the AI bubble is one thing. I fucking hate it. I cannot wait for the AI bubble to just pop at some point. It's so shit. But anyways, lately I've been feeling these shitty feelings of life being unfair, I guess. It is a little bit, I feel like, but it could just be my brain thinking about it too much, especially plus what happened this morning. It was kind of sad, but yeah. But yeah, lately I feel like I just kind of want to be honest here is that my it's still youth, right? It is my youth. I'm like 29. Yeah, I'm 29, and at the at age 27. So my dad passed away 2 years ago, right? And it is sad. I miss my dad a lot, but the problem is after his passing, I'm suddenly inherited with tens and thousands of debt that I need to pay off. It's not even mine, but because my dad passed so suddenly, everything is passed down to me and my mom. And lately I just feel like there's so many things I need to pay off. It's actually insane. And that's why lately I feel like I'm so eh. Lately I'm so like tired. Especially sounded yeah, I mean I don't know I don't know if I don't know if you guys know this, but I did try to hide it as much as possible, but I've been so mentally exhausted every day. But I don't want to bring that to my stream, but today I just feel like whatever happened this morning, it was a little bit eh. Alright. Never understood that debt doesn't transfer in Sweden as far as I know. If someone dies, then that's it. No, the government here wants money. Because it's like yeah, insurance is fixed now, thank you. Right. That one is my own. That one is my own insurance. Like with my current body condition, it's so difficult to get insurance, and I'm so lucky to be able to have insurance like covered. Well, not covered, but insurance covering my life because I have diabetes for 20 years now, and Tokyo Marine is the one that like able to cover my ass. So it's kind of hard for me to get insurance like this, and I guess it's kind of lucky. It does mean extra pay every month, but at least that one I can kind of manage, so that's why I'm keeping them. So yeah, it is a little bit painful. I couldn't buy my own thing. I couldn't do my own thing. I couldn't like any money that I got for myself. I need to pay off the debt that my dad passed down on. So it has been a little bit hard. I mean, it's not that. I think it's more mortgage, like house mortgage, property mortgage. I think that's what they're called. Like recently, we pay off the car one, so that's good. Now we have like lutong. We paid off our main house's property mortgage. Then yeah, so the one that I'm living in right now, it has been finished paying, so that's a plus. I think we did that last year. Last year we finished paying it, so this one is fine. Now we have, because of my dad's property and he mortgaged it because of, I mean, this is his friend's side of story. I'm not gonna say too much about it, but because of that, I have so much things that I need to pay. If it's a mortgage, then yeah, they'll transfer to whoever is living in the house, yeah, or whoever owns the property. Because me and my mom is the administrator. Me and my mom is acting as like the administrator of my dad's property. We have so many things that we need to do, like so many things we need to pay off, and it hurts too because I'm actually gonna, you know what, it takes like 80%, whatever. It's fine. My dad, oh sorry, wrong scene. My dad has many properties, right? But then I'm just me. I don't own anything. Honestly, my dad was rich, I guess, in a sense. But then at some point, because the business is failing for a long time, and having a lot of family issues. I'm not gonna go too much into it. We pretty much lost a lot of things, and it's eventually that leads to a lot of financial struggle, especially before dad's passing for about 5 years, I would say. And then eventually the shop closed down and stuff. So all I'm trying to say is my dad owns a lot of things and I don't. So when everything suddenly passed down to me, I'm just me. I don't have a business, right? And the amount of things I need to pay off is a little bit it's like it's so unbalanced. Like this is I need to pay, but I'm owning this. I'm earning this. I'm like starting from the bottom, but then the things I need to pay suddenly way above, like way above. So yeah, lately I just feel like it's a bit unfair that usually people around this age uh they have fun. Honestly, I see a lot of like online posts where people go and have fun. I mean, good for them, right? I obviously have jealousy, but I mean it when I say I know how to handle jealousy, and I don't feel any like shred of evil thoughts. I genuinely feel good for them. So that's besides the point, right? It's just kind of sometimes I feel like it's a little bit unfair, but that's pretty much it. I'm okay though. I just want to like and I want to emphasize on what's going on here. So yeah, can't you get rid of your 7-off? We've been trying to solve the one in Siputi and Lotong. Those two that has been like paid off. No, I haven't paid off yet, but Siputi has already been paid off, so that one is like uh another like thing we are trying to sell for so long, but just no one's buying it. Even when we are trying to lowball the price, no one's buying them. And also the one in Lutong where we've been trying to pay off the mortgage of it. But if we can sell it off, and then I believe we can use the money that we sell to pay off the mortgage. I believe that's possible, question mark? I'm actually not too sure. I need to ask the lawyer about this. But we've been trying to sell off the Lutong property as well, and maybe use that money to pay off the mortgage as well. I'm pretty sure that's possible. I think we have touched this subject with my lawyer for a little bit. We've been talking a lot lately. A lot of things are happening. And I mean the latest thing is the valuer thing. That one is still going on. So fun. Fun stuff. A lot of like legalities, laws and shit. I cannot believe I need to like go through all of them when I don't own anything back then. So yeah. Bleh. They struggle pretty much my entire life, so I can relate. Gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like I still believe everyone has their own struggle, and I know me suddenly talking about my struggles like this on stream can be a little bit damning, can be a little bit terrible, I would say. I know it happens a lot for the past few years. I would say few years. It's crazy. Uh, but I've been trying. I really have. Mm. So, yeah, that's kind of the situation in my uh, in my brain and thought process about everything. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that this is happening to me. It'll get better with time. Just keep working on it. We'll support you where we can. I know. Mm, I don't want to ask for too much help because in the end I'm essentially just kind of using you guys' money for my own situation. I try not to do that too much as sometimes it's just a little bit Eh. Sometimes when it gets a little bit much, and then I'll just put on a coffee go. Honestly, when I put on the coffee go, I didn't think it's gonna get. I didn't think it's gonna get like attention, but I'm always, I'm always, I always get proven wrong. No, as regular ass people can help each other out. Yeah, it's also why lately I need to start doing art as well. I mean, I did start yesterday, which honestly feels really nice. Yesterday when I started doing art, it feels really, really empowering. It feels like I can do something in my life, right? So I plan to do more, just not today. Not today. Oh my god, my brain. But yeah, I've been trying. I think if I can work on my backlog, and then I can try to open up the shoulder up sculpture thingy again, and maybe I can through that earn some extra income. That could help, I guess. I don't know. But then obviously I'm not expecting people to actually pay me for the 3D model that I worked on, which is kind of crazy because because my art is not even that good. You're a good kitty. I'm glad to have met you and love spending time hanging out. Thank you. I'm gonna cry as a threat. I'm gonna threaten you by crying. I will go on yeah and cry. Gently poop the Kobo snoot. Wait. Oh my god. Lizard? Oh my god, lizard is so cool. Hey, welcome. I think I'm done. I'm those are some. Oh wait, the boop works now. Oh my god. The boop works. Well, kind of. If it's gonna cry, then it isn't much of a threat. Oh. No, I can still threat. I'm gonna try open up Dragonica and see how the game works with everything that's opening right now. Also, I just kind of want to show, like, the launcher of this game is kind of cool. Kind of. Look at it. This is the... Okay, so lore about this game, Dragonica, is like this game I played during my primary school times, and the game when shut down after just about, I believe, just about 5 or 6 years of lifetime, and then the game just be like, oh nah, it's not making enough, and then it shut down, and then it went to G Potato, as like a G Potato bought the game, or bought the IP, I believe. So the game get relaunched as Dragon Saga, and once G Potato and Word Portal stopped supporting the game entirely, and then I believe Steam, I believe Steam eventually has the game now. I don't know who, I don't know who is like owns the game or something, but it is called Dragon Saga. Yeah, it is called Dragon Saga Evolve now. I don't know if it's still getting like outdated and stuff, but I don't want to play Steam's version because it's shit. The content and everything is like really bad, and obviously there's only North American servers, so it's gonna be extremely laggy for me. And with a game like this, lag is very painful. So yeah, and then is eventually I found this Dragonica private server, which has a cool dragon launcher, right? Very, very cool. Right? So not to mention they have Southeast Asian server, which makes the game a lot a lot more playable. And I actually have been playing this game for a long time, I would say. Quite a long time, yeah. I played this game for quite a long time. I played this game for I believe I started playing this last year. Gonna try to pass on and get some big Swedish hugs, cutie corb. Thank you again, Mead. I'm gonna try something here for this. I want to capture the sound only. Because I feel like it's gonna mess up if I were to capture this game properly. Does it? Also, good luck getting EP. I think it's capturing the game. You guys don't know my password. It's okay. Also, yeah, this is
doing right now, Kobo, but you better deep for me for the next 2 minutes.
What? I'm gonna cough now. I didn't meet on time. And see, this game has like EU server, Southeast Asia, and North America server. And of course, I'm gonna play Southeast Asia server. I'm from Malaysia. What do you mean? Why is there no sound? Where's my sound for this game? Is it gone? No, it's here. Okay. Okay, I believe it's capturing the sound here. The music for this game sucks, so that's why I have like my own music playing on the background. But I have like this is my main character, who is a dragoon, and then I have my recently still playing who is a double big sword player. This is a small sword player. Chicken nugget, chicken nugget. You get 2 as a treat. And then I have my I have my Stixia, but I kind of want to like remake Stixia as like a magician instead. Oh yeah, cuteness overload. I haven't heard cuteness overload in such a long time. Holy shit! Now I sleep. Have good sleep. Night night me. But I've been playing this one. How long have I played this character? 18 hours. Holy shit. This one is 5 hours. Yeah, this one should be. Yeah. A lot of time spent on this character. It's super duper fun. But I've been playing this one. And I started playing this about a few days ago. But that main character, I started playing long ago actually. Very Rift? Isn't it a little bit early? Oh no, it's not early. I'm level 39. So welcome to the world of Dragonica. I'm already almost to the next class change. I am a gladiator. I went from warrior to gladiator, and the next one is going to be Mayamiton. Mayamiton.
A good weapon is nothing.
Oh my god, shut up. I love this game. The combat for this game is pretty straightforward, I would say. You have basic attacks and shit. You have dashing, you have movements, you have power dash. When you
touch the ground, it does like a super dash jump there. Like there's some basic movements. You can jump, you can move around, you can dash jump, you can jump on the touching the ground and then dash jump. That one's a little bit weird to do. Yeah, that one. So the trail is when the trail is red, it's a different dash jump. Don't know what's the difference though, other than the color being different. But yeah, you do quest, you do what you do in MMOs, right? You questing, you level up, you grind, like the works, right? The works, and the game seems to be okay. The game has a lot of like custom settings here that I can change. I can put everything to like shit for now. I can turn off everything just in case. I want bloom. Maybe this one's okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so I believe this is taking like almost no CPU. Let me double check. Oh, it takes like 20%. It is... My CPU is 100%. I might have to... Yeah, I'm gonna take off my hand tracking. Alright, say bye-bye to hand tracking. So this should help a little bit, because hand tracking takes about like 20% CPU. I'm actually kind of surprised Dragonica is taking 25% CPU. I thought it could like take lower than that, but I was wrong. But it's okay. I want to change music real quick. I don't want this one. I want to go next. Oh wow. I believe I streamed this game once, I think. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I don't want to... Okay, you're just doing quest, thank goodness. Oh yeah, I'm trying to earn shinies these days, but it's kind of hard. A lot of shiny powder. These are used for like enchanting and stuff. You have coins, you have chaos scrolls. Sorry. So this game doesn't seem too demanding. So I guess I can keep my 3D model on. Alright, so I was trying to do my... I was trying to farm for dragon armor actually. So there's like an early dragon armor. This is a new function this game has. This particular version of Dragonica has is that it allows you to exchange by grinding this dungeon here, and then you can change for like your own dragon armor, Anuku-sama, and then they even have Anuku's wings, which is huge. So I believe the majority of this stream, I'm just going to be staying. I'm probably just gonna be staying inside this graveyard and doing the stuff inside this graveyard stuff. I can show you the combat stuff. I think the combat is like simple, but it's pretty okay, I would say. It's simple, it's satisfying, I love it, right? The skills are a little bit on like the weird side, I would say, for the gladiator skill. Gladiator skills is kind of weird, but it's okay. Fastest runner, Mario. I want to double check if there's any mission that I can do for level 35 graveyard. These are all dangerous caverns. Achievement award. We don't do that. Dangerous cavern, Hamia. Yeah, a lot of like Hamia and stuff. Okay, so I believe that's it. I missed this one in Canyon of Oblivion. This one is like a very early area. Yeah, another dangerous cavern. Okay, let's get in. So this game, you either farm around maps and shit, or you go dungeon like this one. And they will do missions and shit, and they will kill things. I hate this map though, because it's like, it's not a straight line. And then it kind of takes time to like move around and kill these things. And then of course, oh yeah, see? The gladiator has Bruce Lee for whatever reason. But Bruce Lee is like the OP skill for gladiator. And then after we get to Myrmidon, we pretty much just abandon the Bruce Lee skills. Like, they don't do as much for Myrmidon anymore. Oh yeah, and then it doesn't make a lot of difference, but there's like different combo routes that you can do for this game, right? You have dash combos, you have like stun combos, you have the knockdown combos, you have like another dash knockdown combos, right? These are like the new addition to the game. There's also the basic before the game changes itself. This is like basic auto attack. And then if you use chain combo, it has like different utilities and shit, which is pretty nice. I'm glad they made this change before the game shut down. There's also like basic air combos and stuff that you can do in this game, which is pretty neat. It's like the air combos are very strong for archers and warriors, but not as strong for magician and thief. The thief likes pure grounded combat. Warrior is a good all-rounder. Ayo. I wish this game is like more dragons and shit, but there's no playable dragon. I'm so upset. Oh yeah, there's like grounded hits. I don't know why they buffed this one so hard. So before the game got shut down, they buffed the down hit attack speed by like, that was like 300% speed. It's so fast, it's crazy. So if you want to get through a boss real quick, you're just gonna stun them when they're in like enhanced state, stun them, and then just like beat the shit out of them. This game seems really simple but fun. Yeah, it is. There's like 4 different classes you can have. There's warrior, thief, magician, and archer. And in this game, they made archer feels really fun other than just like shooting arrows, right? I mean, obviously archer shoots arrows, but they made shooting arrow fun. I don't know how. Oh yeah, we did. Underground. I believe I can cheat here. It was a red quest. Is it not here? No. Talk to Pablo. Fastest runner. Light Shore Village. This is Balkan. Dangerous Cavern. Dangerous Cavern. This is Libra. Oh no. Can I not get the quest here? Fine. Get Bruce Lee, stupid. Wait, is there extra enemy here? No, okay. Honestly, in this game, oh my god, that was lucky. In this game, warrior is like the easiest to train, I would say, because the chain combo buff before the game shuts down, like these things, makes warriors so much more easier. Because back then, when warriors only have the basic combo like this one, it's trash because I'm gonna get hit when I do those. and they do no damage. Oh wait, does it work properly now? Oh my god, I can kind of stun loop them. I can kind of stun loop them, what the heck? Wait, maybe it's not that bad. But of course, it's gonna be really bad for like when I go against like those who can attack far. I prefer this one. So yeah, this one do more damage. This one is basic damage. This one deals a lot more damage. The dash attack is crazy. And then you have like some command input skills that you can do. So for Gladiator, you can dash up attack to launch them. That one is like a skill there to have, and then once you unlock the skill, you can just do that. This one is nice too because it caused them serious bleeding. Sometimes I can be kind of a nerd when playing a game that I really like. Or like my comfort game, I would say. Alright, is it time for you to die? This is so stupid. That's like the best way to kill a boss. You just knock them down and then you hold down and they will spam attack. And they die. It's so good. Oh yeah, you can loop chain combos, by the way, if you know to animation cancel. I mean there's advanced stuff. You can animation cancel by, you see the XXX. So if I were to hold forward and then press C or X at the specific timing, you can animation cancel very, very reliably, which is really nice. It's something that I like to do as a warrior. Yeah, like that. So if you keep animation cancel, you can loop them until they die, which makes chain combo even stronger. Trying to get as much golden bone here as possible. Oh yeah, another method is to just press the wrong button. I know it's counterintuitive, but it is. So for the dash attack, there's like XXXX, right? But if I want to loop them, I press XXX, XXX, and then Z, and then loop to cancel it. It's stupid, but it works, and it works really nicely. I'm a nerd, oh my god. I would say this game has a little bit of a power fantasy feeling to it as well. Because at this level, you are still like strong as fuck, I would say. And then once you're at like level 60 or something, then things will start to beat the shit out of you. Game feels a little bit different after that. Oh wait, I forgot to give you bleeding. Or just launch you. Die. Get Bruce Lee, idiot. Oh yeah, fun fact about this game. So the Bruce Lee skill is the first edition gladiator skill. And then eventually they have to drop the Bruce Lee skill because they were facing some backlash about like someone trying to claim copyright to the game because they're using Bruce Lee as like the skill. So they changed it to a bear. But Dragonica just be like, we don't care, we're bringing the first edition of the skill back. Bruce Lee time, baby. Although honestly, I much prefer the bear. But that's my personal bias. I much prefer the bear. I mean, it'll be way funnier if a bear just fucking kick the shit out of you. No? How much? There's 2 more. Kill all the boss. Red tail, rusty armor. On 35. Rusty armor on Duraman and Reti. Oh, did I not get them? Oh, that's crazy. Hi, Wildflower. And hi, Brecky. Playing my comfort game right now. Thank you, Brecky. Oh, I'm gonna die. Hate those Duramans. Oh, Brecky and Wildflower is doing good. I hate this boss, by the way. It's so stupid. Oh yeah, in this game, jumping is extremely strong. Most of the time when you jump, they cannot hit you. Three prices the whole time? Yeah, me too. You only fish like 3 cleaner fish, right? Throughout the entire time when the Leviathan is there. Have a good EP, Wolf Mage, thank you. Ayo. Only that one, it hits you airborne. Oh. You die? Watch this broken move. You die? Best down attack ever. I wonder if parts gets more common with more luck, or the Leviathan fishing rod, so we can work towards doing it solo. Yeah, I was really upset that I cannot even get it solo. So I was thinking of doing it on Sunday. Sunday I'm gonna do a VR chat stream where we can maybe gather around and fish the Leviathan together. Would be nice, honestly, would be nice. I haven't announced it on Discord yet, but I'm gonna do it after this stream. I don't have time on this Sunday. Oh no. It's okay. I'll still host it, and maybe I'll do it as the weekly thing. I hope. I don't know if I can do that. I'll try. Oh, nice weak armor. Deteriorated armor. Or maybe I can do it on some Saturdays, but oh yeah, tomorrow I won't be able to stream. I have something that I need to do tomorrow. That's why I put it on Sunday. The end of this game, by the way, I'm such a nerd playing this game. I know so many like niche detail about this game. Especially the animation cancel part. I'm such a nerd. Oh my god. Get Bruce Lee. It's fine. I would love to fish with Bracky again. That was really fun as heck. I love that a lot actually. Also, dragon. We're gonna see this dragon a lot today. I am devious. Oh, they changed it. They are not called Anukus anymore. Aren't they called Anukus on the first edition of the game? Why did they change the Niveus? Niveus. Yeah, see, it's called Anukus. What the fuck? They didn't change it, but they changed the dialogue. What? Yeah, if you want to change it, change everything. Oh, I could get pushed off. Baby dragon. I hate the Duramans, they're so shit as an enemy. Like, I couldn't do anything, they can hit me from 10 miles away. Oh, that's stuff. Oh, I almost died. Oh. Okay. We reduce the enemy count. Oh, I don't want to die. Oh, they nerfed it. Okay, nice. We don't die from that anymore, I think. Get him, Bruce Lee. I'm jumping, you cannot hit me. Jumping is so OP in this game. I don't know what that whiffed. Ow. Oh yeah, the new addition for this game is like, if you hit an enemy's back, it does like 10% more damage, I think. There we go. Sorry for turning you into stone again, Niveus or Anukus. It's a cool dragon. Oh yeah, one thing that happened to this version of the game, the RE Dragonica, is that they recently changed the game launcher or the game itself. DDDD translation. They changed the game to X64 instead of 84, 82. What was the initial X32 version? So I don't know what that means, but essentially the game works a lot better now after changing it to that 64 X64 version for the .exe. Right, we do some quests here and then we're gonna farm underground graveyard. Nice. Interesting. Dragon Lord Spirit. Oh yeah, there's a Dragon Lord Spirit in this place. Crazy. I forgot we can cheat as well. Feels good, man. Oh yeah, I can just do second class change. It's okay, we're gonna keep this off for now, it's okay. We're gonna be here farming... I'm sorry, to 1450. Chef roll 25 times, obtain enchanting... Oh! Oh, that's really nice, okay. Lost Emerald... Valid Rare. Oh yeah, I'm already getting Valid Rare quests already? Holy shit. Level 40, found a kill count, Dangerous Cavern. I don't know. There it is, Underground Graveyard. Dangerous Cavern. Oh, there we go, we're having Underground Graveyard quest now. Can I get this one? Okay. Bone Frag. Offer energy source, there's a Chief Scientist. That one is in Libra. These are Dangerous Cavern. Okay, we good. How many golden bone out of that one? 32 is... 32 is generous. I'm actually so surprised. What the heck? 32 out of that one raid is extremely generous. Holy shit, okay. Maybe we're not gonna be here for a long time anyway. Also, I'm just randomly adding the points. We don't have socket cards anyway. We can raid a few times before we go sell things off. It's okay. Alright, to the place again. I can do it. Wait, let me try again. The red dash jump, there we go. I don't know what's the difference between normal and red dash jump, but hey, it's there. To show off your skill, I guess. Skill with the biggest quotation mark. I'm sorry. I can't believe I'm still like coughing after almost 3 weeks. Get down here. That thing doesn't want to get down. I hate it when monster does that sometimes. Oh, it's like drop by luck. So it's not every time I'm gonna get 32 golden bone. Let me see if 32 is lucky or unlucky. Oh. I wish there's more dragons in this game. Or even if there's one playable dragon race in an MMO, I would play the shit out of that game, honestly. Oh, nice. I got double guard break. Two-pen guard break doesn't work against bosses, but that's a cool effect. Are you? It will always be funny to me. The down attack is so good. Too bad that down attack doesn't work against world bosses or like big raid bosses. Oh my god, the guard break, that was cool. I guess I'm pretty lucky today, huh? And guard break essentially just means one shot. But obviously if your damage is strong enough, you can one shot anything. But then it's like, if an enemy that's around your level, and then you one shot them with a guard break, with a special property attack, then that effect happens. It's kinda cool. It was a jump scare to me the first time I see it. It's like, what the fuck happened? I can ask Becky something. Oh no. I will ask it. It's about the game. It's about the game choosing. I'll ask again. I'll ask it in Discord after. How did I whip that? Ow. Ow. I hate that normal hit knockdown. Did that hit me? Oh my god. Oh, are you stunned? Nice. Time for endless endless death. We finished a few quests here, right? I want to see if I can cheat. So you can complete your mission here, which is really nice. And then you can accept missions here, which is really heckin' nice. It's very heckin' windy today. Good blacksmith, lost memo. Yeah, no more. Okay. I believe those are all dangerous cavern. I've seen those quests already. I got hit. I don't know why, but I really love this game. Oh, playing this game makes me really happy. It's simple, but it's so satisfying to do all these, like... to do the combos, kill everything, right? It just honestly feels nice. Oh, that was very lucky actually. Getting enough golden bone. Maybe I'm not gonna stay here for as long as I thought. I was thinking maybe throughout this entire stream I'm gonna be here for like at least 4 hours. Just to farm all the... just to farm all the equipments for the golden bone. Farm all the golden bones for the equipment. Wow, talking is hard. Ayo. I also haven't listened to Yo Asobi for a long time. Yo, nice. Not nice. That kind of hurt. Left myself some guard break on the boss. That one did like 20k or something. Okay. It would never not be funny to me. It's like whenever they get stunned, here comes death. Not the Duraman hitting from 10 miles away again. accidentally cancelled my buff. It's okay. A buff lasts for 10 minutes. I don't know why I keep wanting to like rebuff within like 1 minute. That far. I double jump? Oh my god. No, don't do that move, I hate it. Best move ever, let's go. Die. Three health bars, by the way. Oh, that's it. Okay. I guess it's just farming time, you know. Oh, I forgot to speak to the dragon spirit. Uh-oh. How do I break that? A bunch of HP potion. Well, a bunch. 5. Oh. You know what? Let's listen to some Your Asobi playlist. I mean, I have the music muted on Vault and stuff, so we should be fine. 24/7 live stream. Will you also be music videos? Yo! No, I want my own, like, I have a few, no, I have like a playlist here that I like to listen to. There we go. I'm looping this one. Dang. Oh, I killed Alton, okay. Alright. Here comes the end of second run. Oh my god. Essentially, quote unquote, 2 runs I can get 1 equipment. And then I can kind of like... I can kind of get... No, I need... Sounds so... I think there's like 6 pieces or 8 pieces of armor that I need to get. It's kinda a lot, but it's fine. I mean... It's grinding. It's normal. Get out of here. Oh yeah. The baby dragon in this game are called dong dongs. I don't know what's with the naming, dong dong, but I kind of like it. Like they, like this boss spawns gray dong dong. Oh, I love the name. Oh my god, how did I get hit? Oh, I accidentally destroyed gray dong dong. Oops. Oh, there. See, gray dong dong. What a name! What? I wish. You get boost lead? I'm always getting the second one. Oh, it's okay. We don't need any of them. All of those equipment that I got, they're just money. Can't do like 3? Oh, I can. Oh shit. Wait, that might be the new movement meta. Jump, dash, dash, and then the third time jump. Someone.
Great to see you. Welcome. I've just got some really great stuff in today.
Oh yeah, ever since they changed to X64 launcher, a lot of sound effects are gone. So selling usually has sound, but it's gone.
Never get used to this heat.
There is also repairing equipments, which I hate, but it's there. I never see a repairing equipment mechanic in an MMO setting benefits anything. At least I personally don't see it. Ooh, that works, but it is more demanding. Double check. Or maybe I should do this one first. Nah, I don't need to. Yeah, okay. Now it's just farming. Let's farm equipment. We're gonna get all dragon equipment. I believe that equipment can get me to level 80, no problem. Or 60. No, level 60, yeah. Not 80. 80 is way too much. I got 62 out of that, right? So I guess it's like... I got 32. I only got 30 the second run? I guess 32 is kind of lucky. Stay up. I'm kind of hoping the boss would give more golden bone. Doesn't seem to be the case, to be honest. Oh. Oh my god, I didn't mean to run inside. That hurt. Ow. Die. Die. I used too much gold last night. Last night I was playing this a little bit and then I was enchanting my equipment to +7, but it's like it costs so much gold. I think I had like 130 something gold coins and now I'm only left with 40. Nice. I don't know why the Duramen can attack from like attacking range. Oh. Oh. That was 11k on the normal dash up attack. He's good, man. Gladiator is so much easier to train, honestly. The amount of damage that I do as a gladiator versus when I was a knight, which is a one-hand sword wielder, is absolutely huge difference. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit sluggish, but it's not as sluggish. And they're so far apart. Oh, my ears are bleeding, let's go. The game does that sometimes. When there's like a huge number of enemy in one place and then they make walking noises, say bye-bye to your eardrums. Especially the rat monster in this game is like the loudest. Gonna be here for a long time. I forgot you can cancel buff like that. I could be a little bit more aggressive, I think. Just a little bit more. It's kind of spicy going aggressive against the rat now. I gotta love when a game has an item called Rest in Peace. I think I can use this, right? Can I use item right now? I don't know where you can use it. I don't think it's only in, I don't think it's in town. Yeah, I don't know when I can use this, but I cannot sell that. We don't need that Rest in Peace item. I should drink water. Oh, Breaky. I was thinking I wanted to ask this on Discord as well, but I forgot. What do you think of playing Valheim together? I don't know if Valheim would be a good choice here, but it's just something that I have in mind because I think you played with you played with Zeus before, right? Oh my god, this stupid dormants. What? Your hit still makes sense sometimes. How many times are you hitting me? Die. Die. I'm getting a weapon engine dust from them? Wow. That's pretty nice. Oh my god, they hit me so much that I used skill the wrong way. Is my health not recovering? Passive? Oh, it is. Just very slow. And stop talking, dragon. I love you though, you're very cool. This is like the first proper dragon boss. And at the early level 2, level 35. Oh, at least I think 35 is not too early. Not too anyway. Heal. Oh. What? I don't know what's hitting me. I'm getting phantom hitbox. Ooh. Look at that Grey Dong Dong. What a name, Grey Dong Dong. Ow. Okay, stop pushing me away. Oh, hi, Sola. Got him. Get Bruce lead. Hope Sola is doing good. Welcome. Look at me, I'm playing my fixation lately. I'm playing Dragonica. I know the category is Dragon Saga, because Dragon Saga is what the game's called right now, but Dragonica is like the old name, which is way better than Dragon Saga. How many golden boom? 94? 94, I can only exchange one, right? Should we exchange the bag first? I'm already level 40. The bag needs 100. I'm gonna be here for a bit. Oh no. I'm gonna be here for a while. Here we go. Run number 4, I think. Die. I messed up the input. What hit me? Getting so many phantom hitbox now. Why would you put it there? Oh. Nice. Launch and then death. Oh, they drop shiny? That's pretty nice. Oh my god, that doesn't kill. The first small enemy is that 2 Bruce Lee doesn't kill. Actually, Gladiator has like a charge attack. I mean, obviously a big two-handed sword needs to have a charge attack, right? Like, the only problem with that charge attack is that it is so bad that no one ever uses it. It deals the same damage as a normal hit. I don't know why the charge attack, it looks kinda cool, not gonna lie. It even has this like dramatic charge effect where the camera leans in closer with the longer you charge. But it does no damage. Let me try. 1, 3. 7k. What the heck? Then that is on the groggy state 7k. It does like no damage, it's so shit. 1, 2, 3, X. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. For a game this old, it's cool. Too bad it doesn't do anything though. Cancel. Oh. Just something about this game's combat is so satisfying to me. I love it. It's so simple, but it's so good. Get punched, get kicked. I still can't believe this game shuts down at like 2010 something, I forgot, but this game gets shut down really early. And then after that shut down, there's a lot of like private servers because the game is actually really nice. This game comes out when I was in like primary school, so it's like very, very old. If this game comes out when I was like 9, then it's like 2 decades because I'm 29. I whiffed. Wait. Oh, I whiffed again. Oh no, wait, I messed up. Okay, there you go. I kind of want to make the game, I kind of want to make the music slightly louder. Maybe, maybe a little bit more louder than that. I mean, I'm not playing Counter-Strike, I can make it louder. Okay. Only one shot kill? Oof. E16. Ayun! Sabi si sana kimi ni what? Oh, really? It's not free, what happened to my health? Nice phantom hitbox, you little shit. I'm jumping, you cannot hit me. Die. Die. Oh. Die. Oh. My timing on that is really bad. I hate to be sick right now. Alright, the fourth one, or the third one, I think. No, this is the fourth one. I am Niveus, guardian of the Gem of Dragon. Wow. Oh my god, Dragon. I still have 3 hits left. I wasted it. Oh god. How? I hate the Duramens, man. They're always so weird. There we go. Grey Dong Dong. Oh no. Oh, no sense. Oh, Grey Dong Dong. Now the question is, do we exchange? Oh my god, unlucky. Do we exchange 2 pieces of equipment, or do we exchange 1 piece of equipment? That's like 100, I think. 126. I think we can exchange for 2 pieces of equipment for now. It's a cool helmet though. That full set looks really cool. Plus the wings. I'm just so glad that the game allows item trade like this now, which is really, really, really nice. Honestly, really nice. Let's do these 2 first. No, I want a helmet. More water? Yeah. Sorry. I'm kind of in the mood to... order some drinks. And since lately I found a place where I can order some really, really, really affordable drinks, which makes me really happy, honestly. 6 piece? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 6 pieces, so I need 400 golden bones in total to exchange for everything. Which doesn't sound too difficult, to be honest. It doesn't sound too difficult. It's just endurance.
Great to see you. Welcome.
Alright, give me money. What? Can I sell these? What are they for? I don't need that anymore.
I've just got some really great stuff.
Greetings. So, How many bad guys have you slain today?
Do I enchant some of my armor? Oh my god.
I can never get used to this heat. Remember, a
2
good
gold for
weapon is
1
nothing in
upgrade?
the wrong
That's
hands.
insane. Yeah, and I'm gonna go so broke after this. Or maybe I can enhance the whole soul level for now. 72 for 1 gold. It doesn't sound too bad. Let's use this one.
I can never get used to this heat.
I'm just gonna like go through this. Okay. Nice. Intelligence plus 6? Do I need intelligence? Armor physical defense plus 10%?
Remember,
Huge.
a good weapon is nothing.
Alright, that was nice. Let's go get more golden bone. Oh. No, it's kind of hard to do. There. That was very demanding. I'm sorry. Hi, Peter. Hi, Dragon. Welcome to my comfort stream. Hope Peter Dragon is doing good. I have the music on a little bit louder than usual. Hopefully it's not too loud. Pretty Peter Dragon? Yeah. And Peter very pretty. And Kobo very like. It doesn't kill. Oh my god, 205. Holy shit, thank you. Holy heck. Thank you. Mm, 205 tiaras. Oh my god, there's 205 tiaras out there. That's crazy. Mini Kobo. Yeah, I should be a little bit more aggressive when I'm fighting against bosses. As long as I can get them groggy really quickly, we good. Why are they shooting there? What the heck? Don't they need like a straight line to shoot me? Sometimes it's kind of annoying when monsters decide to just move away from your range of attack. Just to move away from your range of attack. It's kind of sad. But, it's a small problem. It just gets a little annoying sometimes. Do I have like new combos on level 40? Oh, it has to be Myrmidon. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I should class change first. And then I can continue farming the equipment. Yeah, that sounds good. Get there. It does hurt a little bit, but I can take a few hits like that. Got him. Man, so bosses don't drop golden bomb. Yeah, I guess 30 something bone is like the average per run. Hi, Blizzy. どんな時あなたも言葉声を聞いてるだけで力が湧いてくるんだ笑ってたらこ な時もでも辛くて痛い日はあるけどもあなたに触れるだけで気づけたこの世界は色鮮やかになる花が咲くように笑ってないでどんな時なんて描いてきたいつも自由に今日なのあなたに出会えるかなこの世界は回るその日までなり続けていて Don't kill me. Holy shit. Man, this boss sucks. I don't like this one. I feel like this one is like the one that takes the most time. At least Anuku's looks cool. How are you? I'm feeling alright. What hit me after what happened this morning, which is kind of sad, but I'm okay now. Also, who cares? Give me a strangle on the name, Kobo plays it. Obviously. How did I whiff that? What the fuck? I'll kill you. Die. Although a little bit unfortunate how this game doesn't have a lot of like playable dragons, but it is what it is. Oh, striking! Oh my god, how was split with Wukong? I was looking at your stream just now. Welcome, raiders. Give me a second, let me just get through this area real quick. How was stream? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Kobo's comfort stream where she does whatever she wants. Hope stream was good. I think this place is safe. Yeah. Welcome. My name is Tura. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope Black Myth Wukong was fun. Game looks really cool. But of course, if any of you need like post-stream, okay? Definitely go do them. It's very important. Okay? Thanks again. More dragon. Welcome, dragon. We love dragons. Oh, I never realized the in-game time is morning 9? No way. It's like 3:18 p.m. right now. I guess they have Southeast Asian server, but not Southeast Asian time. Ooh, don't kill me. Nice. That's free. I'm hitting A. I'm hitting air. Nice instant attack. You think you're Yin Kutku or something? Anukus 5 times, let's go. Let's do a bit of a class change first, and then we're gonna come back and farm more. We're gonna farm this thing a lot more here. Trying to get the full armor set. Oh, god damn it, I have it already. No, unlucky. I shouldn't have. How would I know? It gave me a guide. It gave me a gladiator top. Hiya. Well, guess I'm selling this for money. Megaloo. I think I exchanged for one more now. Nice. Let's soul craft it. Nice.
I can never get used to this heat.
Great to see you. Welcome.
Why can I not sell any of these? Very weird.
I've just got some really great stuff in today.
This is a really cool sword, but it's getting weaker now. I want to vault it.
Must be the only one doing well these days. Welcome. I'm Sophia, the bank manager. How can I help?
Right, so to class change, I need to go to Libra real quick, no? Yeah, I need to go to Libra, which I haven't been there yet. I think I have to go from Skype Sanctuary. Yeah, from Skype to Pamir to Libra, which is not too far, honestly. Let's go. We're gonna do class change, and then we're gonna come back and farm more equipment. I mean, we are almost halfway there already. There's 6 pieces of Anukusama. We have 3 already. And then there's an extra wings that we can get. Get out of here. What? Fermi, hi. Oh my god, more dragon. I think this is safe. Yeah, this is safe. I would drink water. Thank you, Fermi. Also welcome. What the good? Oh my god, that kills? No, the Steam one sucks ass. This is RE Dragonica. It's a private server that has Southeast Asian server. I've been playing this one for like almost a year now, I would say. Hi, Roland. Oh, it's very loud? Uh-oh. I wanted it to be loud, but not too loud. My bad. So if you couldn't hear me just now, this is RE Dragonica, a private server version, which has Southeast Asian server, which is really nice. I don't think it's a classic one, question mark? I'm not too sure what classifies as a classic. This one has some of their own like updates to it, so it might be a little bit different. But so far, it's pretty nice. Hope you're having a good day. Well, a little bit less on a good day because of what happened this morning, but it's fine. I feel okay now at least. So does this have dragon? Yeah. Oh, you mean Dragonkin? Yeah, they have Summoner in Twin. They look so bad now. Like they don't resemble anything like a dragon, which pissed me off. You like Summoner? Summoner is pretty fun. Personally, I'm a heckin' warrior head. I love warrior. I already have a dragoon. Now I'm working towards a overlord. Dragon is nice. Oh, it's like a step dancer? What's step dancer? This one I feel nice. This one I can play until like I'm level 60 something and I can keep playing it. So I think they have a little bit of like experience up. Rogue? Oh, the claw one, right? The one that you can dance. Right. There's moonwalking, there's like break dancing, there's like nutcracker. Why are they all so far apart? Gosh, I'm still like having a coughing fit after the 3 weeks. Beat 'em up hack and slash RPG with screen splats, always fun. Yeah. I played this one when I was like 9 or something. So I'm 29 now. What? Level 70-ish Dragon Knight on the Steam version. Steam version sucks ass, I'm so angry. They only have North American server, which I have to play in like 200 plus ping, which is horrendous for a game like this. One 4-4. Wait, can I go 4-4 and then just go to Libra? Yeah, I can. I think that right now will collab, yeah. Fermi, oh my god, thank you. With a prime, holy shit. Thank you. Oh my god. Alright, first time in Libra. I'm just gonna do class change and I'm gonna exchange the Undercruise armor real quick. We already have like 3 pieces of Undercruise armor. We're gonna spam the underground graveyard. Okay, I have the link. Wanna try? Give me a second. It's this one. You could try. I think if you like Dragonica, this one is pretty nice. I personally played this one for quite a while already.
The clouds seem dark. That's not a good sign.
Welling Hill. Oh right, I need to like teleport to a bunch of places for this mission. I forgot.
World is an evil place these days.
What the heck was that sound? Welling Hill is here. They didn't count. They didn't count for me. Fuck you. Wow. That archer comes in just fucking 1 second the boss. There we go. Fuck those guys. 60 silver. 60 silver is fine.
I think it's going to rain soon. The clouds seem dark.
This
That's
is
not a good
in
sign.
Nautilus Port. I think I have that.
It's going to rain soon.
Use macro key for healer class. I never use macro. Yeah, I have Nautilus Port. Okay, nice. Are they gonna be there and like kill the thing in 1 second again? I think they did. Well, at least they're gonna be a lot faster than I do. Oh my god, it's not spawning anymore? Think you die playing that class? Don't you think you die playing every class in this game? Like, especially after the 3rd class change, or the 2nd class change? I mean, this is the 2nd class. After the 2nd class change, essentially your hand's gonna explode with every class. It's not spawning anymore, what the hell? GG. Unless there's extra. No, this is only portal. Did they change the spawn time for this one? It's just not spawning at all. Healer class spam normal attack? I do too, but... Is the inputs like fighting games? Have the stick inputs in Densha attack recently? Kind of, you could say that. There's like the classic combo system. There's like different button inputs for... Oh, hey, there we go. Different button inputs for different attacks and stuff. There's like dash attacks. There's like special command input skills. There's some basic movements. You're dashing, you're dash jumping. You have in this game somehow there is super dash jump for whatever reason. I don't know if you can use a stick to play, stick inputs to play. I guess maybe you can. There's like a bunch of skills that you have to press here though.
The clouds seem dark. That's not a good sign.
Oh, I never been to mining area. Mining area is... Yeah, I never been there. Fuck.
Get the money. Would you like to hear about our pension?
Alright. From dangerous caverns to mining area, right? Yeah. No. Yeah, I know. I played healer before. I played all class in this game. I played this game so much that I play a class, I delete them, and I play again. I don't know why I love this game so much, but yeah, I do. Yeah, mining area. What if I input your stick? There will be some Kobo licking going on. No. I need water. I'm sorry. There is stalls. Open market, yeah, open market only accessible in town. And this game is pretty populated, so they sell a lot of things in there. I remember buying a bunch of things in the open market with my big account. Thank you, Becky. Auction house or direct trade more? It's like an auction house. You just put your stuff in the stall and then let people buy. There's no free cash in this game. I don't think there is. Is there? I don't know. Maybe there's none. Because I haven't got any like cash. So maybe there's none. But I'm relatively sure you can get a bunch of like really cool dragon mounts in the open market. Like people sell them. Huge price obviously, but it's fine. Love my one-shotting gladiator. I'm already extremely slow. Hopefully, nice. Die. Best down attack. Wait, I could just... I think the puff tower is that one. Alright, easy job change. I'm so glad they changed the job change to be so easy now.
The clouds seem dark.
Just like that.
Not a good
We're Maya Miton now. Very, very nice.
I think it's going to rain.
Wow. Now you gain the title Maya Miton. Thank you, Pablo. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, it's a shit weapon? It should be stronger. Oh, I got green only. Unfortunate. Well, I'm selling this one. If it's like a blue, I might use it. Imagine being Myrmidon, the first 2 skill you got is passive. Alright, let's go back and farm some more. We should have new chain combos now. Yeah.
First, you get the money.
Oh.
Then you get the power. Then you... I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure that's a knockdown, okay. We got new combos. Are you Dangerous Cavern Quest? Yeah, I don't care. I'm doing underground graveyard. Oh yeah, let me talk to the Dragon Spirit real quick. This game has hot dragons, I swear to god. Oh, you can change socket cards here? Look at that, they have... They have little spectacles. So pretty. The dragon looks so pretty. Gosh, I want to smooch. Like, this is a bad dragon, but also very smoochable. Wait, you need the Devil Soul Stone? Oh, right. They changed there's something they changed in this game. You can earn Devil Soul Stone in Chaos mode. Yeah, you can get Devil Soul Stone in Chaos mode in this version of Dragonica, which is really fucking nice. You're doing a tower defense thingy? F8? No. All things I love about Warframe is how accessible the market is for something that uses premium currency, but I wish I had an auction house. Yeah. Talking to people while trying to buy something? Oh my god, that's my nightmare. The faster earning gold and EXP? Yeah, I'm trying to farm Anuku's set now. And I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are doing F8, I guess, but I'm not. I'm the quester in this game. You look so cool, Gotham. Breaking, I'm gonna cry. I will threaten with my cry. Yeah, it knocks down. Oh, it's a launcher? Nice. Someone did make a third-party website for Warframe that functions like an auction house and is super common for people to use it. Would recommend? No, that sounds nice. I don't think I'm gonna use it anytime soon though, because everyone's a veteran in that game. And I just recently got graduated from Baby 10 more. Well, I can just do this for easy down hits. No, oh my god, I'm so sorry. really cool. Nice. Honestly, the primary stuff that gets traded is prime stuff. You already spent some time farming the relics. I'm done. I still can't believe this game is like 2 decades old and still looks pretty good. One of my childhood games? Yeah, it's apparently a lot of childhood games for people in Southeast Asia. It's one of mine too. Even if it's super common stuff that's an item thing for prime blueprints, so people buy junk for cheap. I guess. Do they gain anything out of like buying junk though? Dragon Sea? You mean Dragon Nest? Dragon Nest is like alright. Again, another game with no playable dragon that has dragon in it. Dragon Nest is like I play for a little bit and then it's so boring. It's so boring that it is extremely boring. I'm so sorry. Why would you keep knocking me down? Ayun. Die, you stupid. There we go. The junk prime trades are for their Baro trading value? Baro? Must be another currency. Do you have to pick a side between the two big turks on like different progression path? Nope. Unfortunately, no. You're just helping the dragon from the left just now. And then the dragon from the right is like the big bad. Did I just... Wait, how big is this hitbox? Baroque here turns out every couple of weeks in relays. Oh, I think I've seen the name in like the stage selection. So you could try stuff for the evil dragon. Yeah, this is like the private server function. It's not supposed to happen. Oh, I don't think it's supposed to happen in the official server back then. I'm not even gonna count the Steam version as the official server. The Steam version is so shit. I'm so angry. It's a little modded. some drop rates has changed, some quality of life changes for this version of Dragonica, which is honestly really fucking nice. They don't change drastically, but they change a little bit to make life a little bit easier. I'm almost late. I don't think I'm able to log in the Steam version. I don't know if I can anyway. I'm not going to. Ooh, nice. Have I not been doing the airborne hammer? Oh, it's hold forward only? No, it's not. It is. Is it? No, it's not. It's dash. No, it's not. Stop playing when they changed the Dragon Saga? Yeah. Essentially when they changed to G Potato and what portal owns it. Then the game is alright still, but I stopped playing then. G Potato was alright. Warp Portal was alright. It's just that time when the game shuts down for a long time and then suddenly it comes back and then suddenly G Potato has them and stuff like that. But then I was already playing like sorry, I was already playing like also Heroes of Middle-earth or Maple Story. Mostly also back then. Oh my god, I want to cough like crazy. What's going on? I couldn't. I'm so sorry, I don't know what's going on. But why? They should buff Mage in this game. I don't know if they did or not, because they did change a bit of a skill in this game. Like, the most obvious one is Annihilation now lasts for 5 hits instead of just the 1 hit. So there are some things that they change in this game. Skill changes. Some. I haven't played Mage. I haven't played Mage in this version of RE Dragonica yet, so I couldn't tell. You are hitting from directly below. I hate the Duramans, goddamn. Get out of here. That's right. Every time when I'm trying to farm this place, it's just Duramans. They heckin' suck. Gonna need so much golden bone. 33? Man, we're gonna be here for a while, huh? They recently added the golden bone, by the way. It's not a thing in the official version. The golden bone, they added a lot of like unique loot for dungeons, and then they allow you to get that unique loot to trade for dungeon specific equipment. So you don't need to like farm the dungeon and then not knowing you're gonna get or not the item that you want. Nice teleport. Oh my god, I hate the diamonds. They're like the Ling Xiaoyu in Tekken 8. PT currency superior system, I'll take it. If I were to treat this as like a old system, just farming the dungeon, nice hit behind, farming the dungeon endlessly, I only got one piece of top. That is my class, because by the way, you can get a different class armor while farming this dungeon. So yeah, that's why it's super superior. Super superior. It's so good. I can farm this dungeon knowing that I am working towards a goal, a foreseeable goal, instead of just like farming endlessly. See, you only get 4 equipments, and I got Hunter. It sucks. That's not even mine. Back then, you have to use the auction house, or you have to use the stall. Yeah, you have to use the stall to like get a bunch of Anukus armor. I don't think anyone's selling it anymore because you can just trade them. If someone is selling it still, what? Flare 2, Flare 4? For 35 gold? Fucking scammer. Store need cash? No, I can just open up my shop here. I mean, obviously just the basic shop that you can open. You can register items and then just like sell them. And then you can open the basic one. I mean, obviously the premium special... You connect the Discord in game offline, make sure the time is... Can I? I'm just gonna do like basic shop. But because it drops a good compromise for RNG high without RNG low. Yeah, it is. It totally is. Like back then I was trying to get a full set of Anukus. I legit farmed this place for 2 days. And I couldn't get a full set for my Dragoon. And I was so pissed. It's like, yeah, no, I'm done. So I didn't get a full set of Anukus, I think. This one though, I'm so getting a full set of Anukus. Oh my god, my inputs are getting like scrambled. I love how the little a little poke at the end. That just did 4K without annihilation. What the heck? I just realized that last poke. 6K with annihilation. Holy, okay. Because, like, back then, the annihilation skill is only made for this huge cut right here. You use annihilation and then you do that skill for one hit. It only buffs the first hit and that's it. This one they buff for 5 hits, it's crazy. I love it. And then it shows at my health bar. Alright, wait. Get Bruce Lee num num. I prefer the bear one still, yeah. They were getting like letters, bad letters, so that's why they changed the Bruce Lee to bear. I was talking about this before as well. It was so funny. Ooh, this one is really nice. Yeah, I need that one. A. I don't need A anymore. Rescue? That one hurts too, holy shit. I prefer the bear still. It's so much more adorable. Oh my god, what? 9K per hit? GG. Welcome to Myrmidon, where a tree hit skill, 1 hit 9K exists. It's so fucking good, holy shit. Oh, short cooldown? Oh my god, this game is too nice. Yeah. Oh. Why? Oh, that skill is gonna make farming this place a lot faster now. Yep, that goes for almost all the skills. Monster hit count is a bit of a problem, but it's only level 1. Small issue. No, the hit count is not bad actually, wow. I forgot to do this. Bop, bop. I still hate how the normal hit charge attack for Gladiator is so shit. I cannot believe they didn't buff that. Oh wow. Ooh, 11k on the last hit, let's go. My biggest hit as a gladiator couldn't even get to like 13k. Get out of here. Let's save a lot of space. That was the new effect from RE Dragonica. No? That one is like, sometimes you have like a crit. That one is like a crit. It crits and then it ignores everything that the enemy has. Like ignores armor, ignores defense and everything. And then if it's like a normal enemy, it insta-kills. Yeah, that effect. They added a crit recently. Woo. You're in? Heck yeah, have fun. Not my fault if you sink like thousands of hours into this game. Ow. Get out of here. Oh, I have to mute my mic for a bit. I was coughing like crazy. Don't know why I'm still like coughing like crazy. Oh. You have no idea it took like 2 weeks to farm Dragonheart before, but I do have an idea about that. I'm a nerd when it comes to this game. It gives so much coins, but they don't give a lot of money. Only underground graveyard. Can I kill them? Some. Oh. Usually solo FA before Lily. I usually solo F8 as well before, but I just didn't want to do it on this one. I usually just go questing everywhere. It's not bad. Hi, Nina. Alright, this should be a little bit faster. I mean, this one hit is huge. Pop up. I was like, am I being slowed down? No, my buff ends. I have no idea. I never played Summoner in this version of Dragonica. But I've seen a lot of people do Summoner in this game as well. Oh, I might be dead here. I forgot I'm warrior. I'm supposed to be a tank. Summon AI kinda slow. Maybe they speed up the summon. Maybe? I'm not too sure. It's like you would get to the one place and then you have to hit on your own, and then the summon comes in. It's like, I'm here now. You can try. We're at 63. We love Summoner AI. Back then Summoner is like Summoner, more like I have nothing. More like magician.
Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you slain today?
Oh yeah, you can have like
So,
a
how many bad
armor
guys have you
blueprint.
slain today?
So I can skip one?
I can never get used to this heat. Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you slain today?
How many bad guys have you slain today?
Great to see you. Welcome.
I'm gonna cry. 1 gold? I'm selling it. 51 silver for that Anukusama. People selling it for 35 gold, but no one's buying it. Is it buyback?
Great to see you. Welcome.
Oh, there's no buyback. No big deal. So yeah, this is the one. This is a new thing. You can just exchange the stuff here now. I want to get the wing first. 100 bond, alright. I want to see what the blueprint can do again. I wonder if it's like a one specific armor that I can get. Because if I can, then I would save me a little bit of trouble. Oh, I'm checking something. Why are you here? I need to drink more. Weird, I keep coughing like crazy. Shit. Dragon. Look at those potions. We love potions.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, gloves. Nice. We can skip something now. Okay. So it helps. Thank goodness I haven't got the gloves yet. Saves me some trouble at least. Oh wow. $6K. Ooh. Nice, lucky. That was 38K, that was crazy. Spend points on low? Yeah. Ooh, it's so itchy. I don't know what's going on. Nice, Duam. It's always you.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry for coughing so much. I couldn't help it though. I don't know why it's like something is like making my throat super duper itchy. Oi. This meeting. Oh my god. This Kobo? Oh my god. Thank you, Blizzy. Oh my god. Gosh, there's something making me want to cough like crazy, and I've been trying to hold back. Hi Zeus. I can ban 6 people again. Can you ban me? I guess I'm not allowed to get banned. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on. Help me, chat. Oh god. Maybe I should try to find some cough serum. Oh wait, no, I have lozenges. I could try them. Maybe I could feel better. I don't like that lozenges though because it tastes like paint. I have no choice. Let me get that. I don't want to keep coughing like crazy. The evil is gone. Die. Do you want a title? You can't die until you reach level 20? Oh, godlike control, right? I think I have that one. Yeah, godlike control without dying. I mean, first class without dying should not be too difficult in this one. I can sort of get to first class change in about like 3 hours, I think. If I just do like questing non-stop. the night before, then I delete the character and restart. Valid. Deleting in this game don't need to wait like 24 hours, I think. Yeah, there's no need. You just delete. Uh-oh. Is it fine? There was unnecessary censorship. I guess the Los Angeles is helping a little bit, I don't know. Control lasagna. No, that's lasagna, right? I think I heard people read that word like lasagna instead of lasagna. Warm water plus a little salt always help. Yeah, I should get that tonight after I stream. Lozenge is the other word. Yeah, the lozenges is the one that I'm having right now. It's like something that you put inside your mouth and then just let it sizzle. How to explain it? It's a candy, but not really. It's lozenges though. Attack me if you dare, because I'm a dragon. What a hot dragon. Lozenge, yeah, lozenge. It's not lasagna or lasagna. My god, words are hard. Ooh, got him. It's like lasagna. Lasagna is a lot easier to pronounce, yeah. Okay, it is now lasagna. Entry of Heroes. I need to do one more time for the glove. It's okay, we're gonna be here for a long time anyway. But it's not as long as 2 days. Okay, yeah, that that lozenges definitely helps a little bit. Oh, a lot actually. It tastes like paint. I hate it. Blech. Blech. God damn it, it tastes like paint. We need 5 more. Alright, I'm going back in. Let's go, chat. We're getting a full set of Anuku's armor today. Oh, that move has good range too, I'm surprised. Is it a good pain? It's a bad one. And it's a good one, I can still eat it. Actually, for stream purposes, do not eat paint. Do not, and I emphasize, do not eat paint. I'm saying this for funsies, like a bit, okay? But yeah, at least the good one I can eat them. What the fuck? Why not? Don't! Because it's way too tasty. For your own good. Can I do like a super... No, okay. I thought it's a thing. Because there's this red dash jump. Literally 1984? Hmm? Why 1984? I'm not even born yet, oh my god. Nice. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you, Los Angeles. I was doubting the power of Los Angeles. I'm now a believer. I might want to change music after a little bit. Maybe. I love my Yo Asobi playlist. Oh. Oh wow. Hi Sri. Welcome. Hope Sri is doing good. Wow. Oh, that lasagna helps so much. Holy shit, I'm not coughing as much anymore. Oh, thank god. Feels good, man. Feels good. sleepy but good. Aw. And sleepy is good. Have you heard of this game before, Zri? Kinda curious since Zuri is also like somewhere Southeast Asian, right? Oh no? I'm kinda surprised. Thank you, Zuri. Although to be fair, this one is like super duper old already. I feel like this game might be 2 decades old. Or close to being 2 decades old. Yeah, Kobo old. I went. Nice. Oh, I missed. Never mind, I never miss. I want to sing so hard, but my throat hurts from coughing too much. Hiya. Unfortunate. This is my favorite Yo Asuku. My skill is getting denied by fucking Durament. Get out of here. Maybe I should have another one. I'm gonna eat another one. Oh, but it tastes like paint. Oh, fine. I'm gonna eat another one. It tastes like paint. I don't like it. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Zri. Kobo has been trying her best. That feels good. Let me see if I can find my other mix. Do they have like a mix for this? Gen Hoshino. This one is also really nice. My oh. It's funny when I when I make a noise I want to cough, I hate it. Unfortunate. We've been here for almost 4 hours. In the same place, essentially. Nice teleport. Don't. I legit hate the Duramans so much, they're so stupid. They can teleport around. They can hit you from 10 miles away with a sword. I didn't jump. Ooh, I was behind. Oh my god, I was behind the sequel. Nice, we can get the glove now. Two the same gloves? Premium is superior? Higher. We got the glove for free. Well, kind of for free, I guess. Let's go upgrade it a little bit. We only need shoulder pad and shoes left, right? We're gonna exchange the wings first. It's so cool. Yeah. The adrenaline capsule is so much stronger? What the heck?
A good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands.
This one first. Oop.
I can never get.
Oh, the music just stops. Here. What is this mix? Let me see. Oh, it's a bunch of music that I used to listen to. Nice. We can go with this YouTube mix.
Remember, a good weapon is nothing in the wrong
Max
hands.
HP plus 7.5%? This one is health plus 7? Oh, I can have so much health now.
I can never get used to this heat.
Nice. And Kobo looks so cool now. I have wing. I want...
Great
Hi,
to see
Uncle.
you. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome, Uncle.
I've just got some really great stuff in today.
Good morning, morning. Here, let me drink water. And thanks for the 90 stream streak. Holy heck, thank you. Oh. Oh. Eating that lozenges and then drinking water, it's like I'm drinking ice cold water. Oh my god. Okay, we have 25 golden bone. We need the shoes and the shoulder pad, and then we are done. Let's keep trying. We're almost there. Also, how Aqua is doing good. The lozenges taste like pain again. The shaded compile takes forever. Oh yeah, it's a new thing that they added recently. This one, it took me a few days of trying. Funny enough, it took me a few days because I keep trying to compile the shader, but it keeps like disappearing at about 13k mark, 13k, 14k, and then it's gone, and then I have to recompile again. At some point, they kind of finished compiling without me knowing, and I was like, oh hey, nice shit, okay. It's very weird. Hopefully it doesn't take too long for you. Or you can choose to not compile the game, compile the shaders, and then I did try to play the game a little bit without compiling the shader. It's just the thing's gonna load in afterwards. Looks a little bit weird when you go to a new map every time, but it's not too much of a trouble, I would say. But if you can compile it, hopefully everything works fine and then you can compile it normally. This is also one of my favorite music. The vibe of this music is so... I like it. I don't know how to explain the vibe of this music, but I love it. Ow. What do I do with those bloody spirits and rusty key? I don't even know. Like, these things I can't even sell them. Can I craft them maybe? No. Yes, I can craft this one. I got Book of Strength. Increased by 9 for 1 minute? 1 minute? 1? I guess reading book is not that good, huh? It's Book of Strength, but because I'm a warrior, I don't read books. Where did the music go to? What is this music? I never listened to this one before. This is not something that I listened to before. I wanna change music. But I'm bossing, so I cannot change music. I hate it. Wait. There you go. Where's my mix? Oh, my mix is just not there anymore. What the heck? Try again. Oh. I guess we're listening to this again. Oh. Thank you, Evie. Oh my god. Wait, a gift sub still plays that? Hmm. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh, Crystal, holy shit. Thank you, Evie. I didn't think the gift sub still plays that one. I thought I changed everything. Weird. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. A gift sub to Solo and Crystal. Wanted to feel the 10 sub goal up. Oh! Oh! I mean, that one is kind of... Oh my god, I forgot that's a thing. It's like Twitch sets up that one on its own somehow. But thank you, I really appreciate that. It's 10-10 now? Yeah. Because I had one. I'm sorry. I had it on my daily sub as 1. But then after we got the 1 and then Twitch changes it on its own to like 10. Which I don't want. I should have changed it, my bad. I want to do like a daily 1. Daily 1 is a lot too. Like, imagine if daily 1 and then you got it daily, it's gonna go crazy. Just like the Kobo, she's a pure 10, I'm gonna cry. Kobo gonna cry tears of joy, oh my god. I whiffed! Go back to watching stuff with Crystal? Okay. Thanks again, Evie.
Oh, before I go, good girl, yeah.
Wow. Oh, this is the MV version, I think. I hear the ship noise. Or the boat noise. I don't think I want to eat another... I don't think I want to eat another lozengus that tastes like paint. No. But it does make me feel good though, like I'm not coughing as much and I'm not coughing as much anymore. Came in clutch and that lozengus feels good. Tomami Saiseke Oyabage wa One-Did Honki na Kaida Hachikite no Oh my god, my skill got denied. Oh. Anuku's 10 times. Anuku's expert. There we go. For the armor. Those are just money. I'm gonna sell them off for money. We have 54. We need to do this one average study 2 more times. Alright, chat. Just 2 more times. We got this, chat, alright? We almost did it, and then we can continue doing questing again. Here we go. I like how this is my comfort stream and then there's not much happening. It's just me farming things. Sun is shining directly in my face. That's why the camera is not working as much. Got him. Alright. Had to skip that ending sequence for the music. Oh, I only have 1 potion left? I didn't even realize. I mean, when I make some mistake, I just get like 200,000 hit per second. This game can be quite unforgiving sometimes. So that's why I mentioned that when this game is horrendous when it's like lagging. Because the enemy can just hit you from 10 miles away and then there's nothing you can do. Because for them, you are just standing in place not doing anything. Nice. Weird. I suddenly feel very hungry. Nice. I thought that's not gonna hit at all. Someone. No. Nice. It feels like it feels like I'm killing it a little bit faster now. Well, maybe just a little bit, but it's good enough. Oh, shouldn't have dash jumped there. Bad fun. Nice. I forgot about the serious cleaning that I can give them with my dash and up attack. This one. That hits when I'm behind. $85? I think I'm gonna leave once I get 100. I think I stayed here long enough. On the next run, I mean. Nice, I forgot they can hit from above. Dragon. Oh. Oh. Scared me a little bit, holy shit. What's going on? Oh, it's like a ending plug. Oh my god. Oh my god, when they keep attacking me, I keep getting denied of everything. Of my hits, I keep getting like recoil and I cannot do anything. That's why I hate the drumming so much. Like when they do that, you're just like, well, guess I'm gonna hit now. It's like no matter where they are going to hit you. Gonna get hit by that. How can I risk it? This one keeps summoning Grey Dong Dong. There you go. There's Arnuku's Master? Holy, how many times do you expect people to farm this one single dungeon? I don't remember getting the Arnuku's Master during my 2 days farm. That was weird. Right, how many do I have? I think I should have around 80 something? 86. So 86. I just need 14 more. Actually, chat. I'm gonna take a small break. I think I can emote sleep. Can I do that? No. Let me do it on a Can I sleep? Incorrect command. Rest. No? There should be sit, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Chat. I'm gonna take a small break. And then I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. I'll be right back. Remember, don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Yeah. I'll be right back. Oh, you guys are gonna get scared. Right, I'm back. I was thinking of maybe doing. I should probably do like a be right back screen or something. Thank you, Becky. Alright, one last run. Here we go. Well, it's not gonna be the entire run because I'm here long enough. I want to do something else. $91. Okay. This one boss is not... This one boss is pretty... slightly annoying. Well, it's less annoying than Kajimodo, that's for sure. Kajimodo is more annoying because there's too many knockdown moves. This one is just... This one's problem is just everything has no recovery. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but the rat might be the best boss to fight against anyway, like the easiest one. Nice. Maybe that move has a lot more range than I thought. This one? I don't know. $96. My stomach is rumbling. Am I this hungry? I'm surprised. Weird, I ate a lot this lunch. Maybe the coughing is using too much of my energy. And then I'm so hungry now. It's the only explanation. What? $97. I also preemptively opened up the lights so my eyes doesn't hurt. Feels good. And Kobo growing some brain cells now. Watch out, world. A Kobo having brain cells? Scary. $100. I'm out of here. How funny would it be if there's suddenly like a quest I need to do inside level 35 underground graveyard again? I sure hope not. Okay. This is from... Oh, this is Pamir. I was there for a little bit. So I'm left with... shoulders and shoes. Okay. Shoulders and shoes. And that's a full set. Very heckin' nice.
Remember, a good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands. Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you slain today?
So, how many bad
A good
guys have you
weapon
slain
is nothing
today?
in the wrong hands.
They won't shut up, holy shit. Dodge rate plus 6%? Don't know how good that is. I mean, I'm a warrior, do I need to dodge? There was air attack damage plus 3%.
Never get
Air
used to
attack?
this
That's
heat.
rather specific. It's the full set. Very, very nice.
Great to see you. Welcome.
I'm pretty sure now we can just ignore all the other equipments and then just sell them for money.
Great to see you. Welcome.
Adidio is one of them. You probably exchange it with something more useful for you. Adidio? Okay, let's see. We have some Libra, Profession, Mario in Dangerous Cavern. This one in Melkon. We can do Dangerous Cavern first. Because Dangerous Cavern leads to a dead end. In Skippy Sanctuary. Skippy Sanctuary? What? Dangerous Caverns. Dangerous Cavern. This is Libra. Libra. Oh, what? Dan. Oh. Hello, Dan. Hello, Dragon. Welcome, welcome. And finally, I'm not coughing as much anymore. Gosh, that was weird. Hope Dan is doing good. I think I saw you stream for quite a bit yesterday. Or was it yesterday? I'm not too sure actually. Bloody armor pieces. Valid Reef, okay. Oh, Lava Lone Traces, okay. Adidio, Libra. Like sure. Conversation with Mark. This one I have to get it more manually.
How about lowering your voice? Do you want the whole world to hear?
In Dangerous Caverns.
Good day.
Conversation with Mark. Mark who?
Good luck.
Banker Sophia? Find Palmyra Sanctuary. Okay, I'm gonna get both Palmyra Sanctuary and Dangerous Cavern because why not?
Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you
What?
slain
I can
today?
get bottom as well? Wait, do they get...
Remember, a good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands. Greetings. So, how many bad guys
Dangerous
have you
Cavern?
slain today?
I'm gonna ignore that quest. I cannot believe it. I can
Remember.
go. Also, I can also get bottom. Can I get a full set from that mission? I don't think so. I'm good. Nice. You were there. It
How
was
about
on and
lowering
off for
your
a bit.
voice?
It wasn't
Do you
there
want the whole
entirely, but
world to hear?
when I can, I just like stop by and watch you stream for a bit.
Huh? How did you know that I was here?
Welcome. I'm Sophia, the bank manager. How can I help?
Smith? Smith the blacksmith? What a name.
Come.
Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you slain today?
It's just me running errands.
Greetings. So, how many bad guys have
Any
you
more
slain today?
dangerous cavern?
Remember, a good weapon
Dangerous
is nothing in the wrong
cavern.
hands.
Dangerous cavern. Dangerous cavern. Dangerous cavern. This one? Dangerous cavern. Nice. Okay. That's a lot of Dangerous Cavern mission. Very, very nice. We're going to Dangerous Cavern. I don't think I need to buy any potions. With this armor, I feel extremely strong, actually. I mean, the armor is kind of like dragon. Look at that, dragon. I wish there's like armor that covers the entire face, like a mask of some sort. But there's hardly any armor that does that in this game, unfortunately. Cheese box around Kobo area, so it's like a mission map, I think. Suppression of monsters, dangerous cavern. Okay, just wow, what a word. Kill monsters. You don't need fancy words like that. The quest noises feels good. What is this for again? Oh right, Gada coins I can change for wedding ceremonial. Alright, like vanity items, I think that's what they're called. No, just costumes in general. It can give extra buff. Like I am gear or costume, one of them. Like behind me there's like a kill count, right? Monster kill count. So you have more incentive to just like farm around the map to get the treasure chest. And the treasure chest is how you get the Gada coins. And Gada coins can have a lot of uses, I'm pretty sure. On mission maps you can use one Gada coin to exchange for one piece of equipment, which is extremely nice, not gonna lie. Oh, those are heavy monsters. Shrooms are heavy monsters? Holy shit. Mercenary, no. Feels good, man. Like, these monsters are not tanky, but they hurt. The monsters in underground graveyard, they are tanky, but they don't hurt. Which makes killing them slightly annoying. Slightly. Got the chest. There's still orange dot on the minimap. Oh, it's a pumpkin head. Okay, okay. Zero. This is the only game where I feel like getting 1,000 kill count is not difficult at all. Like, look at that. Wham, the entire group did. It's also like the satisfaction of everything makes getting 1,000 kill count a lot easier. Definitely helps a lot. The satisfaction plays a big part, honestly. The MMO 2.5? Yeah. This is Dragonica. Welcome, banana. I just finished farming the dragon armor. Well, kind of a dragon armor. It took me about 4 hours to get all of them, which is pretty short. Oh, banana is doing good. I recently started doing art again, and I plan to continue doing that a lot more. Also, Snom. Tikaka. Hi, Tikaka. Tikaka. Oh my god, Elder Boat friend. This might be weird, but this came out of nowhere, but I want to thank Tikaka for like inspiring me to do art. I started doing art again. Feels good. Tika spotted. Tika amazing. How's the kid still Kobo doing? I'm kind of chilling a little bit here. Kind of doing what I want to do. Doing the comfort thing. Because of what happened this morning, but it's okay. That one is like big, but I feel okay now. Hope Tikaka is doing good too. Been having that itch as well? The itch of doing art, question mark? Or the MMO itch? This is my go-to comfort game, honestly. It's simple, it's satisfying. Art? I've been fighting my own inner demon for the past few months, trying to get myself to do art. And then yesterday it finally happened. I won that war. And now I don't feel too scared of starting doing art again. Even though I'm still in learning phase. Yeah, take it slow. Art fun, art great. So happy for you. Thank you, Tika.
So, how many bad guys have you slain today? Remember, a good weapon is
It's all thanks to Tikaka as well. These things are like... I could sell them. Oh, I can sell some of them. I'm throwing them away. I don't know what they are for. Can throw away Mirinae. Dangerous mecha, we don't need this anymore. If I want Devil Soulstone, I can just go to Chaos Map and farm on them now. It's a lot easier. Burn ashes in Nature's Cavern. Oh, it's you! Oh, you are Mario! I didn't even notice.
a good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands.
Invaded Libra. Oh. This is Skippy. Welcome. Missing Merchants is Libra. Yeah, this one is also Libra. Gotta be multitasking a little here. Of course. Have a good luck, Tikaka. Gosh, thank you again. You're heckin' amazing. Thanks for the lurk. Pamir, I'm getting that. This is 400 kill counts. Oh, take it. It's free. Dangerous Caravan. Nice. Powerful energy source. This is Libra. Okay. Dangerous Caravans. Dangerous Caravan. Nice. Okay. I guess we are trying to get that 1000 kill count. No. I love that move. It's so good. And plus the annihilation just kills everything in one shot. Need to stun these guys. I wonder if the anime that I've been looking for lately, I want to watch a dragon raised by a cat. That anime looks amazing. I wonder if that's like fully out yet. I want to watch it. Whoa, even a shroom gets one shot there. And sometimes I still kind of cannot believe that this game is like 20 almost 2 decades old. And still looks really cool. Atu? I know that name, Atu. Possession of this tutu. Oh, nice. Launch them high into the air. We'll get serious burn. Weapon quicken.
Remember, a good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands.
We can get the weapon quicken for the wild rage. By sacrificing 0.6% of max HP per second, increase total value of physical attack power by 10%. Decrease base value of physical defense by 20%. HP won't be decreased below 25%. That's kind of spicy, no? Yee. Someone's here? Uh-oh. They're not gonna kill everything? How good is this? It's pretty good. Oh my god, chat, I forgot something. There's one thing that I want to listen to for a while. After listening, after knowing Brecky listens to it and I love it. Radio Dance. I should have listened. I should have been listening to Radio Dance. Dance.fm. Must be this one, right? It's like the 90s music. I think it's Dance FM. It's in Netherlands, this one? Wow. Oh, it is, okay. I guess most of the quest wants me to do mission mode now. Mission mode I cannot get to 1k Q count now. I mean, I'm already there, so... There we go. That's the 1k Q count. Got the shiny chest right here. I got robbed? What the hell? You give me one potion? Oh, unlucky. This is mission mode. You can one-shot them. Nice. This one does a one-shot though. Unfortunate. Like some of the things are not rendered in. It's like a known bug they're trying to fix here. Some of this music is making me want to listen to Sonic music. Should I? I kind of want to listen to Sonic music again. You know what? I want to listen to Sonic's music. Let's change. This one doesn't kill? Alright, let's change. I will listen to this one the next time I maybe do art, maybe. I wanna listen to... Oh, I have my own playlist for Sonic Rush, right. Let me pause this one. Boom. Refresh. And this should work. Girl shoes inside that, huh? You might notice that I'm using skills a lot more when I'm in mission mode, because in mission mode, you're trying to get to SSS rank by using skills to kill monsters instead of using your normal hit. That will grant you more points, and the more points you have, you're gonna get like extra rewards at the end. That's why sometimes you see me just standing there waiting for my cooldown, because I'm trying to get the style score to the max, which is max now. I pushed them 2 down. Oh. Haven't seen this button in a while. Grey Dong Dong? Oh, didn't get that shell there. Works out. Obtain shroom meat. Need 2 more. Look at that, it's Atu! Oh my god, I'm skipping that. Oh, they didn't even get groggy, they just die. There we go, triple S. So usually I'll use a Gada coin and just get an extra equipment, but I don't need that anymore. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, there's more missions I need to complete. What is this? Specialist? Oh. Didn't notice that skill is not done yet. $13 cheese slice. Do we even have that much? Weird, I'm not one-shotting them anymore. One more? Oh, am I missing one box? Maybe. I didn't even go back and check. And Kobo is lazy like that. Hiya. Oh, that one shot the mini boss? Holy shit. Okay. Oh. Sharks too? I should probably put this one here. Boss fights? I could just use that one for funsies. I need more. Oh my god. Here we go. Bop. That feels good. Fuyo? I just realized the name Fuyo. Someone watched a little bit too much Uncle Roger. I think I skipped the shouldn't have the bonus stage now. Whoa. Oh. Oh, I couldn't skip my eardrums. I couldn't skip. No. Why am I always 5th? The full inventory? Oh no. I have too many socket cards, I don't know what to do with them. I can just throw this away. Oh, there are some quests that I still need to do in Skippy Sanctuary. I don't think I should throw that away for now. I didn't notice the skill is still on cooldown. $61? Uh-oh. I don't think I have enough score. Well, it's not gonna be a perfect SSS, but it's okay. $107. Maybe I can get some score during boss fight. Oh my god. How many I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Thanks, game. You think I'm botting? God damn. That's an insult. If I'm botting, I don't think I'm super. I don't think I need to jump around this much. Alright, wait. I wanna wait for the bomb. I wanna wait for the bomb. Explosion. We still got triple S. I'm not doing like F3, so I'm not getting like first rank, which is totally fine. We don't need first rank. Alright, that should be everything on F1. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more mission after this, so probably including some like F2 missions. This is why I love questing. That feeling is so good, holy shit. Oh, I don't Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar, gosh, I want to play Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar is amazing. Yeah, there we go, F2. This is Libra. Belkan. Skippy. F5. This one is Belkan, yeah. Valid Riff. Pumpkin Pudding? In Libra? 2? These are all Libra. Main field, okay. F2, F2, F2. Dangerous Cavern 100. Dangerous Cavern F1. F2, F1? No. The quest is like, they don't appear all at the same time. They want you to do like some missions first, and then all of them will come up after you do that requirement mission, which is not the best thing to do, but it's a small thing. It's fine. Anyway, let's hunt some monster. The right side of my screen is going crazy. No. I just kind of noticed that my avatar is looking up while I'm playing game. I did mention that my monitor has been put a lot more higher. I guess I mean, at the long run, it feels good. Like it doesn't hurt my back anymore. Because back then, I feel like my monitor has always been a little bit too low. And putting them higher definitely helps. That's 100? Okay. Let's do a loop here real quick. Bernard, hi. It's been a while. Thanks for the heck pick. There should be more. Mission road. Oh, see? More quests coming out. Hi. Achieve 100 combo? Ooh. With my damage, you want to achieve 100 combo? Oh wait, I think there's a thing in this game where you can have this. I wonder how much it changes. Oh. Oh my god, it punches one enemy. How do I get 100 combo with my damage? I cannot believe it's suffering from success. Is there any quest that requires me to like stay outside and kill? I don't think so. I think it's mission time. Alright. There, I'm sorry. I have so many eggs. But I guess for a kobold to have eggs is normal? Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I was reading my family's chat. Interesting. Oh, I can turn off random bonus map? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I don't want that. Okay, then I don't need to destroy that. Maybe. Oh, one more. I don't like how the enemies are kind of far apart from each other this map. Oh, in this, only this particular map. Cha cha cha. Oh. I'm already at full score. I can just like use my normal attack as much as I want to get them into a good position so that I can kill them all. Skybreaker, see your couple requests? Hello? Excuse me? No, thank you. A couple requests out of nowhere? I guess I'm I'm flattered, but no. This one might be my favorite one. No, it's hard to say. I love every music in Sonic Rush. Kobo cannot choose. Neither. Whoa. What was that? Oh, I got 100 combo. I got lucky. I already forgot about that mission. Alright, I have a Bruce Lee. Oh, Bruce Lee carried that mission. Nice. Oh, what? Oh my god. 0. Need. There. Holy damage. I never realized my damage is this crazy. Maybe I need to do more. Yeah, there's a lot more that I need to do. We can keep doing missions here. It's also a really good way to farm equipment so that I can sell them for money. Ooh. Tanky. Ching. Oh my god, why was that so loud? Hmm? I can use that cobalt smile. I can use that cobalt. I almost outed myself by using that cobalt smiley emoticon. I didn't expect anyone to just one-on-one chat me. I guess they chatted me because we are both the same level. We're both like level 42. Aw, very nice. Chat, it doesn't hurt to be nice, okay? But the thing is, I don't know if I'm being nice or I'm being weird. Does anyone ever says good luck have fun to you too? Because I never had anyone say good luck have fun to me. in games like this anyway. Need. Bop. Oh. The explosion is not as big as I thought. I wonder if the explosion gets big the more I level the skill? Question mark? Hopefully. I already forgot that my Midon has like an explosion. A lot of explosion actually. But no one has the most explosion than a crossbowman in this game. Crossbow man or woman is like made of explosives. Bruce Lee's pretty strong. Now, this map is even more far apart, the enemies. That's slightly annoying to deal with, like this one is like isolated. Ow. Got him. I'm stuck. I cannot. Oh no. I cannot skip. Ooh. Was that the sound of me having maximum amount of items? Oh no. Yeah, take it. Okay. Too many socket cards, but what did they even do? Level restriction, level 31 to 40. Socket cards can be extracted any blacksmith NPC. Socket card extractor 1 or fire blast. Socket card exchange is available at NPC Gwen. I never know anything about socket cards. Huh. Can I sell them for money? I can use shortcut to mission button, so it's fine. Let me try selling them. If I can, I might be able to make some money. Item cannot be sold. Do I just throw them away? A socket complement with the help of Maestro Production Midas, you can create a socket to an equipment for socket card use. Who the fuck is Midas? You can create a socket card. You can create a socket to an equipment for socket card use? Hey? I played this game for so long. I don't know anything about socket cards. Thank you, Becky. I should drink more water. Is there Puff Tower somewhere? Puff Tower is there. No wait, I don't need the Puff Tower. Moonlight Shore Village is here. I press open. I press caps lock.
There are some good bargains to be had.
You couldn't imagine how much I spend on feeding. Welcome. I'm Sophia, the bank manager. How can I help? Would you like to hear about our pension products?
Well, let's save space a little bit, no? Time to die. Let's hope the loop playlist button works, because for YouTube, the loop playlist button usually doesn't work, which is stupid, but it is what it is. Dumb YouTube.
My pets are a hungry lot. You couldn't imagine how much I spend on feeding them.
Time to die. Ooh. So annihilation plus bomb also kills. That's good to know. Okay, let's see. So the rest are S2, F2. Alright. Libra return scroll.
Is nothing in the wrong hands. Greetings. So,
One
how
gold
many
to
bad
repair
guys have you slain
high.
today? Remember, a good weapon is nothing in the wrong hands.
Master producer. Welcome. Skippy. Libra. Fedit Rev. Okay.
I can never get used to this heat.
Adilio in Libra? Okay. Dangerous Cavern. 50 combo? Okay, I can do 150 is nothing. Explore Dangerous Cavern. Okay. Love me some shortcut to mission button. Does it work? The loop playlist button? An error has occurred. I want to loop playlist. It tells me an error has occurred. Really? Really? YouTube? Alright, let me start from the first one again. Uh-huh. The music is stuck for whatever reason. What the heck? What the heck? No, I want to listen to her music. What do you mean? Weird. Are you gonna play it now? No? Weird. Yeah, it just says error occurred. Is it only right there, right on? How about the second one? Nope, the second one plays immediately. I guess the original right there, right on has a bit of a problem, question mark? Well, that was weird. It's okay. There we go. It feels good today that I can get my Anukusama and then do a lot more questing and just relaxing throughout the entire stream. Not much is happening, but I am enjoying myself a lot by playing this game, honestly. Might be a little bit of selfish, like a selfish thing to do, right? Maybe it's not that bad that I can showcase this game a little bit. I don't know. I feel like this is the game where it's literally just simple yet effective. And I appreciate that. Not a lot of games can do that not a lot of games can do that. Most of the games is like when it's simple, it's not satisfying. And then if you want to do satisfying stuff, it's difficult. I don't know how this game does it like simple and satisfying. Weird. Or maybe it's just the game that I play, it requires like pinpoint execution on most things, question mark? I don't know. I mean, I would say Tekken is pretty pinpoint accuracy execution thing. Oh yeah, I need 50 combo. Didn't I do it? Okay. I forgot some enemies will do that. They just like go behind you. They'll try their best to go behind you. Wake up. Nade. Oh. Oh, Nade has big cooldown. Nice teleport. Nice. Whoa. Bruce Lee? Nice. Mm. I'm getting more socket cards. Something that I can not use. I mean, I'm not going for the production thingy. Why is there an enemy flying? Boba, thanks for the hit. Also, hello. Hope Boba is doing good. Oh wow, I'm surprised I killed everything. Wow. You're welcome. Welcome to my comfort stream. Play the game that I enjoy playing a lot. This is a game that I always go to when I feel a little bit like overwhelmed and everything. Ooh. Ridiculous. Yeah, that move is a lot more range than I thought. Oh, just the right amount. Nice. Is there nothing? What? Oh, everything's on cooldown. 115 is fine. I think so long as it is above 110, we should be fine. Did we do F2? And Chaos Mode is a little bit scary though, because they're like 10 times stronger, literally. Like, look at the... I'm not doing any damage to them anymore. That's how I said, they are literally 10 times stronger. But you can get Devil's Stone out of this mission, so... Okay, there we go. Oh my god, holy, that was almost 1k? That shit no joke, it hurts. Maybe I could just stun loop them. My ears are bleeding, but it's okay. No big deal. Wait. There's still 59 enemies. It's kinda crazy. Bop. I love how the enemies went from hitting one shot to them literally become all boss. Welcome to Chaos mode where it goes crazy. So this is where animation cancel is very important, because I need to do this combo constantly. The last hit will, or the fourth hit will stun them, and I definitely need the stun a lot, because when they move it's gonna hurt a shit ton. Oh my god, it hurts. Need to be careful. You don't let them hit for free like that. I don't think I brought enough potions for this. That was the first map. Holy shit. Everything is so tough to kill. Alright, here we go. That's kind of bad for my left ear. Ow. I would like my ears to be still functional. I should have done this long ago. Get fucked. I don't think I can do that here. Oh! Holy! That happened in Chaos mode? I don't know where I'm going. This is kind of a 50-50. No, don't hit me. Holy. Oh, dead end. Okay. Although one thing that's amazing about this like chaos mode, the experience points that this mode gives is crazy. I'll deal with that one later. That guy seems to be stuck in a wall or something. Oh no, they just decided to be a dickhead. Seems to give a lot of money as well, I think. I wonder if there's more to the right. Double check. Yeah. Yeah, just spamming the down attack seems to speed up quite a bit. Speed up quite a bit, which is really nice. It's kind of funny how when I'm playing game, my character is just constantly looking up. Ooh. Ooh. Nice, look at that. New skill. Powerful spinning attack to front, attacking up to 8 enemies target at once. During casting time, characters still receive damage, but skill action is not cancelled. Oh, is it like a channeling skill? Smash the ground for sword damage up to 12 enemies nearby and level 6 curse and launch them high into the air. At skill level 3, launch enemies can be attacked also, and launch will be increased to the maximum height. Ooh, okay. Let's see. We have V. Whoa. That is kind of spicy in this mode, no? I feel I'm gonna die if I use that one. This one? Ooh, okay, okay, okay. Very, very cool. And 2 new skills, remember. I feel like I'm gonna love Whirlwind. If they don't get stun locked when I use oh. When I use Whirlwind, it's gonna be terrible. And that hurts my soul. Cha, cha, cha. I hate this map. Didn't the map say there's like extra 11 enemies? Is it down here? Oh my god, okay. V. Okay, that's the best kill ever. Bop. It hits them constantly, it stun knocks them. 6 more. Uh-oh. Oh no, where's the 6? I hate chaos mode like this. No. The climb of shame. Alright, let's go find them. They could be to the rightmost map, I think. Like over here? Yeah. Oh my god, wait, that skill is fucking crazy. You guys cannot see if I'm pogging so hard right now. Kobo pogging? I mean, that is very pog. Okay, there we go. Alright, boss fight, we have to be so fucking careful here. If we die, everything is for nothing. Here we go. What is this amount of war? What is this enemy count? Help! This is kinda spicy. I'm making a lot of noises, I'm sorry. I'm legit terrified. I don't want to die here. You need to kill this thing, what the fuck? Speed. I have never been this terrified in this game. Did you know I'm scary? Because the enemy, the chaos mode enemy being 10 times stronger is like a new addition to the game, I believe. Oh, they're groggy. Curse them. Oh, the respawn enemy becomes normal. Okay, okay. Spin. Holy, I almost died, I feel like. Spin. I can micro control the spin, I feel like. Nice. Rank 1, no one can win against this thing, I feel like. No one is dumb enough to F3, F2, F3 this. Got a new bell. This is nice. I got the new Atu bell. Is that a dragon noise? That's kinda cute. That gives a shit ton of XP actually. Alright, let's get on here.
Greetings. So, how many bad guys have you slain today?
I would do the F2 again with the new whirlwind skill. F2 is no problem now. Alright, any more dangerous cavern? Drakan shard? I'm already having Kazuera village missions. Holy shit! Okay, I'm so over leveled here. In La Mieta. Oh shit! This is until level 50. Obtain enchanting resources. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do that very soon because Chef Rocco is like the next one, I believe. Because I still need to go through
Remember,
Skippy Sanctuary a few times and also Pamir.
in the wrong hands.
And then we will be in Libra very soon. Rival. Vedic Reef, okay. Atilio. Currently most unhappy. This is Libra. This is in Dangerous Cavern, okay.
I can never get used to this heat.
Dangerous Cavern, nice. Alright, not much Dangerous Cavern mission left. What time's now? It's 7. I want to play a little bit more before I end the stream here. I have 1 potion left. I mean, I didn't get hit a lot, so that was fine. Let's sell them. Kobo getting rich. 126 in gold coin. Vicious man, a bold personality. A bold personality. Arcade mode F1. They didn't. Is it like specifically F1? I don't mind doing F2 again, honestly. Let's try. Attack goes the Kobo into hung. Uh-oh. But yeah, Dragon Attacker is gonna squish Kobo. I'm quite quiet compared to the music. Oh, am I? I thought I have the music pretty quiet already. How about now? I'm kinda closer to my mic now. Hopefully it's slightly better. I need Chaos Scroll. God damn it. Okay, fine. No Chaos mode for me. Still the same? Weird. Music is on green for me. I'm on yellow. Okay, how about hopefully it's slightly better. I'm not too sure. I can spin. It's so good. Gonna squish the good. Oh. Okay, I do like getting squished. But oh my god, that is like the best. Need. Also, welcome, Baby Bear. Hope you're doing good. I forgot to mention. Yeah, I can control the spin speed a little bit. Oh, that's like 14-second cooldown for the spin? Wow. To be fair, it feels borderline OP, which is good in an MMO like this. I like it. Look at that. Oh, feels good, man. I love that skill. Holy. $14K crit? That's pretty good. Get spinned. That's so good. Holy shit. They stood no chance. Okay. I like it. Raising Storm. This one is like next level. Call a wrestler to cast a powerful spinning attack to 12 standing enemies. The wrestler is in invincibility status. Wyvern Blade. Strong tornado by powerful spin. So Myrmidon is pretty much just spin to win. I love it. Bold personality. Oh, I didn't finish it. Alright, let me see. Mysterious Man. No. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a delivery quest. So that one leads to Libra immediately? This one.
Never get used to this heat.
There's also still mining area and stuff, but I don't think there's missions there. Discover this mining area. Let's do F1. Ooh, doesn't kill. Probably gonna be a little bit harder to get max rank for this, I feel like. Because there's only one map to farm the score. 112 is not bad. Also, it is why I squished you earlier. Because of spin? What? How? What? Okay. What? Okay. Help? Get fucked. You and your phantom hitbox, get out of here. Aye. More? What am I missing? I'm trying to get Jess coin? Oh my god, and I just got the drop now. Oh, this thing is tough. Having more skills to spam is not bad. What? Can I curse this guy? It doesn't look like I can. But I can spin to win. It just kills, holy shit. No face given, die. Is it your mission? What's from Jess? Something about personality, maybe? Uh-oh. Maybe it's time to listen to Sonic Generations again. Hell yeah. Oh, we can start from Green Hill. There we go. Unstoppable? Oh my god, Jess, you asshole. One. One mission. I cannot believe. No. These are all... Yeah, these are all Libra. Okay, fine, fine. Okay. Alright, I'm doing it again. Here we go. Need. Whoa. Nice. Oh. Ooh. Need one more. I'm feeling it. Mire Maiden is very fun. During the first class change, relying only on Bruce Lee is kind of sad. Alright, do you have any more? Looks like that's everything. Nice. Okay, so we still have a bit of a quest here. So Libra, everything is Libra now. We have a few Balkan sanctuaries. We have a few Skippy sanctuaries that we still need to like sort of finish up here. So let's see. Double check everything. Skidamans, this is Libra, Libra, this is Adilio. Okay, so let's go to Skippy Sanctuary and do the rest of the missions. Maybe I'll do Skippy Sanctuary a few times and then I'll probably gonna call it a day here. I am getting very hungry. Like my stomach is rumbling. My tummy goes guruk guruk. My tummy goes guruk guruk. Sell more than 100 gold in the market? Nice. We have Skype Sanctuary. Those things I still need to vault them.
Welcome. I'm Sophia, the bank manager. How can I help?
This one,
My bank must be
socket
the only one
cards.
doing well these days.
This one is Dangerous Cavern. I'm not doing F6, so I can throw this one away.
Huh? How did you know that I was here?
Alright, there's only 5 hero quests allowed. Monster in
It's a hard job
Balkan.
being a thief.
Another
Especially during
supply
these
soldier. This is a
People that have
mining
a lot of money to
area. Oh
steal.
my god, I didn't even notice. Oh no. No, I didn't check the mission. I feel like that's probably gonna be another set of missions over there. Unless... does mining area has a mission area? I don't even know. I haven't played this game for so long that I don't remember. But here we go, mining area. Okay, no mission in mining area, just hunting then. Then it's not that bad. I can even go for like... I can even go for the monster count again. Dangerous Cavern F5? What? Who's messaging me on Steam? What? They're already finding me to play Counter-Strike. Let me reply them. I'm still streaming. Oh, they gave me a mission card. That's actually awfully nice. There's a mission here that I need to do. Mage Doodoo. Oh, okay. So this one is like just a little bit. Okay. Oh. Is there more? It's not Mage Doodoo anymore. What am I trying to kill? I don't hear the mission complete sound. Thank you, Frankie, for keeping the Kobo moist. I should be drinking a lot more water. Thank you, Becky. No more orange monster. I wonder what it is. Door number 5? No, door number 5 is the class change. Oh yeah, that feels good. Clover arms. Oh. I will still have 2-piece set. That works. Rescue hostages. Okay, let's do this F5 and then we're gonna call it a day, yeah? Last mission of the day. I had a lot of fun playing this game, holy shit. Happy Kobo noises. This is F5, so there's no style score for this one. We're just gonna go through everything. One dodge the spin. Cannot believe it. Right. One more.
Excuse me, but Tyler is a good girl, though it's getting late. Make sure you are hydrating and get noms soon, Evia too hard.
Yeah, it is getting late. I'm gonna get noms very soon after this mission. Thank you, Evie. I have been hydrating thanks to Brekkie. Brekkie's helping a lot. Or else or else I'm pretty sure I'll keep forgetting to hydrate. Did I miss one? Oh my god, I did. Where'd you come from? Get out of here. Those sparrow bones keeps trying to get my ass. Can you believe it? 13 more. Spin. Not the best spin. But then that spin is only level 1, so... For a level 1 spin, that's strong as heck. Here we go. Oh, they got knocked down for whatever reason. And then they get fucked. Very nice. Did I rescue any hostage? I did, apparently. No, I didn't. There was a different F5 mission. What? Hiya. What do you mean? To Laro in Moonlight Shore Village? Okay, okay, I'll do that, I'll do that. This will be squished by all the dark so she can't speak from. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Bet you won't do that though, huh? In comfort. Oh my god, the quest the quests are popping up and I'm not a happy ball. What is this? I cannot sell this. Get out of here. Alright, I'll stop here. I'm not gonna close the game though because of the monster count. I'm probably gonna go do the monster count after I have dinner. So I'll keep the game here for now. Boom. I also need to find a raid target and stuff. I didn't expect this today. I mean, I'm playing my comfort game. I'm not really doing much, but there's still many people here. Uh-oh. uh, I mean, it is time to raid Johnny, no? I raided Celeste yesterday, right? Because I ended the stream a little bit earlier than usual. I think I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow, but I'm not too sure. I will do a sudden announcement tomorrow, or I will if I cannot. But if I can stream normally, then I will just stream normally. But if something that I need to take care of is happening tomorrow, then yeah, I will not stream tomorrow, and I'll announce it on Discord so that people would know, right? I wanna change music. I wanna listen to this one. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna rate Johnny. Gonna rate the shiny dragon. From another chill grinding game to another chill grinding game. Johnny's playing Grim Dawn, and that game looks like it's like a chill grinding game as well. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky, and thanks for keeping the Kobo hydrated throughout the entire stream. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna plug myself real quick though. Just a speed plug, right? I have coffee, and coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee very nice actually. Coffee helps. There's a monthly subscription for coffee if you fancy helping a lot more than just subbing to the channel. As low as $1 per month, it helps a lot. Honest, right? But I feel like I kind of want to make a thank you to those who have been doing the membership thingy. I mean, I don't want to call the membership thingy, but a monthly subscription, a monthly gem for Kobo. Yeah, I think that's way better. I want to thank, not a lot, but there's two there's two people with monthly gem for Kobo right now, so it's Chip and Sorrow. Thank you. It helps a lot. It definitely helps a lot. But yeah, I should do that more often. Send them one try every month so they can put their own 3D model. How do I send one try? I mean, I know how to send one try, but why? No. And I also have a Discord channel. Also, hi again, Zeus. I announce my stream stuff over there. If I stream, if I don't stream, everything goes to Discord. Oh, stream stuff, stream related stuff. But then there's also Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. Dragon good. Yeah, I think that's the plug. I'm just gonna get my rate message. I forgot to check how cobalt I am today. It's a daily that I need to do. I'm pretty cobalt today. 63% is pretty cobalt. A little bit less cobalt than me. Not even half said my 63% is half. What do you mean? How about dragon? I'm very dragon. Holy shit. I guess I'm kind of a dragon today. Wow. I'm more dragon than Derby Duck. Let's go. Okay, I typed in the right message, right? Then let me type in the right to chicken nugget. Okay, I typed in the right to Johnny. I'm gonna go get myself some food. Hopefully tomorrow I can stream. I'm not too sure. I don't want to say what's going on though, because it's kind of like the. But if I can stream tomorrow, I will stream normally. But if I don't, I will just announce it on Discord that I cannot stream. So I probably take a look at Discord when the time comes. But yeah, I typed in the rate. But before the rate though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. I forgot about my hand tracking. Fuck. Fine, it's okay. No hand tracking. Right. Here comes the right to Johnny. Shiny Dragon. Yeah. You're still shorter? True. I am Kobo is very short and I like being short. Short and pretty. Wow. Ooh, I didn't expect 29. I didn't expect 29 people looking at me playing Dragonica. Oh my god. Well, I had a lot of fun. It's not much happening to the stream, but I hope you guys had fun or even feel relaxed hanging out with me today as well. I had fun today, a lot of fun. Ad break in progress? Fuck you, there's no ad going on. First of I mean, honestly, when I started streaming today, because I kind of want to have a confident thing to do today, I wasn't expecting 29. I was expecting something less than 10 because it's something that I don't really. It's something that's not really engaging. Come on, oh my god, no. But yeah, thank you all though. Kobo really appreciate hanging out with me. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye.